Let's start with our second session, which is about Russia and post-Soviet space. Unfortunately, Alberto Masuero cannot join us for serious reasons, so it will be the three speakers and only one discussant, because also Adriano Roccucci told me this morning that COVID is still among us, still with us, and he could not come, unfortunately. So anyway, we'll have time for discussion. I'm the first speaker, so I introduce myself, okay? I will talk about Putin's visions of world order. In my paper, I argue that analyzing Putin's visions of world order is crucial to understand his dramatic evolution, as he has constantly seen Russia as a global power and not as a regional power. His approach to the post-Soviet space has always been connected to such assumption, and the idea of a new world order, Novy Mirovой Порядок, to reshape the Western-framed rules of the game has been an integral part of his political discourse in the last 10 years. In this light, the catastrophic outcome of the war results strictly connected to the fundamental perspective of Russia's place and role in world affairs as a great power, if an extremely dangerous, destructive, and potentially self-destructing one. It was the overlap between the colored revolutions of 2004 in the post-Soviet space and the American-British war in Iraq that created the international scenario for Putin's most significant moves in the first decade of the century. This is underlined by many authors. Putin saw the Ukrainian Orange Revolution as a result of foreign intrusion and as a dangerous source of contamination. The notion of a near abroad had already been forged previously, but it was further framed in the terms of geopolitical culture and the mythology of space, something more relevant and different from a post-imperial sphere of influence. We should not fail to see the combination of Putin's great power nostalgia, famously expressed in his words on the Soviet collapse as one of the worst geopolitical catastrophes of the 20th century, with the formula of sovereign democracy, coined by the President Eminence Grise Vladislav Surkov. The major implication of such concept was to assert how Russia's political institutions could not be imported from the West, but represented a specific form of statehood, embedded in national traditions, even if contextualized in European history. There was more here than a self-defensive response against Western-led globalization and humanitarian interventions. It was the core, to my mind, of a project to strengthen state centralization, shape national identity, and recover influence in spite of a country's weakened status, as the only way to avoid the imagined destiny of marginality, contamination, and disintegration. Putin's evolution during his second mandate should be understood as conceived out of a perception of vulnerability and insecurity under the pressure of international and domestic factors, a syndrome that went back to the Soviet collapse, but also had deeper roots in Russian history. At the same time, he reconnected post-Soviet Russia to the major legacy of communist history founded on authoritarianism and power politics, retrospectively construed as an anti-Gorbachevian perspective and implicitly inheriting the alternatives represented by Yuri Andropov or Deng Xiaoping. Turning point came for many in Putin's speech in Munich in 2007, but I suggest that it rather came 1 year later, as the Bush administration started talking of the admission of Ukraine and Georgia into NATO upon request of these countries' governments. Putin's speech at the NATO summit in Bucharest of April 2008 in reaction to such talk is quite an impressive reading from today's perspective. And he himself must have held the event in his memory as he quoted it in his speech of 24 February 2022. In fact, Putin's speech of 2008 was radicalized even when compared with the Munich speech. He menaced that attempts to admit Ukraine into NATO would lead to put in doubt the country's existence. Official declarations after the meeting stressed dialogue, but Putin's menace to destroy Ukraine as an independent state opened for the West the dilemma of response, either in terms of containment or rapprochement, a dilemma left unresolved. A few months later, Putin and Medvedev launched the war against Georgia. As Putin came back to presidency for his third mandate in 2012, he started making strategic choices that represented a visible move away from the post-Cold War relationship with the West, conflictual as it had been. The criticism of unipolarism in the name of multipolarity became less of a realist argument for negotiations and more the appeal for a post-Western world order, what we may call an openly revisionist posture. The Russian turn toward China became reality and met Xi Jinping's ascent to power, as the new Chinese leader made his first visit abroad to Moscow. The level of economic interdependence between the Russian Federation and the European Union remained, at the times, by large higher than exchange with China and any other country in the world. But the paradox was that Putin's political choices were poorly constrained by the factor of economic interdependence, a crucial point fatally misunderstood by many up to our days. Putin started to put emphasis on Russia as a peculiar civilization and a moral factor in an unstable world system, menaced not only by Western interventions, but also by the circulation of radical cultural, social, and sexual practices and languages. His vision of globalization became increasingly dark and meant that the salvation of the Russian state should be the crucial task if the destiny of the Soviet Union had to be avoided. Nothing was really new in such ideas, but the scale of the challenge changed. To Putin's mind, the loss of moral values taking place in the West because of the oblivion of traditional Christian principles and demographic decline was the other face of a unipolar pretension to govern the world and impose a standardized way of life. The Ukrainian crisis of early 2014, with the Euromaidan mobilization and the fall of Yanukovych, accelerated Moscow's drive toward great power assertiveness, as we know. The denouncement of the Ukrainian upsurge as a coup d'etat organized by the West repeated the view of the colored revolutions 10 years earlier, but this time the reaction led to the use of force in the annexation of Crimea. Putin blamed the United States for having avoided to establish a new balance of power and shared a set of rules after the end of the Cold War. He complained that Russia had been excluded from negotiations, and he declared that Russia was not asking for a special place in the world, but only defended its own interests. The point was, once again, the definition of those interests, particularly in terms of geopolitics and security. In the aftermath of the Ukrainian conflict of 2014, Putin assessed his own evolution at the UN Assembly of September 2015 in an important speech. He accused the West of causing world disorder. He maintained that the real choice was between statehood, государственность, and chaos, as the Syrian civil war showed. And he warned that NATO's eastward expansion could only be interpreted as a threat to Russia's security and sovereignty. We see now better how Putin, in 2015, offered the audience of the UN the outline of an alternative vision to the one represented by Obama in that same circumstance. He launched, in fact, a challenge for a new world order in which state power-based multipolarity would rule out Western-led multilateral visions and practices. Democracy, pluralism, and human rights should in no way represent universal principles, and global governance could only be granted by recognizing the geopolitical interests of great powers. Various non-Western actors in the UN quite probably were on Putin's wavelength as he spoke to let sovereign countries alone and blamed the West for imposing their own rules of the game. Particularly American double standards visible in the assessment of Western interventions, even regardless of UN legitimation, could be the object of shared criticism. Moreover, the aftermath of the 2008 economic crisis favored disbelief in the gospel of globalization as a benefit for anyone without exclusions and setbacks. Anti-liberal subjects and forces in Europe and the United States shared the appeal to imagine a world order founded on traditional values and in national interests, challenging the dominance of global financial elites. The main points put forward by Putin in 2015 did not significantly change in subsequent years, except for an increasing emphasis against Western universalism and the apologists of globalization, and about the failure of the winners of the Cold War, this was an expression of Putin, to create a secure world order. In such respect, the impact of the Trump presidency was almost irrelevant, despite public-friendly declarations and the allegations of shadowy relations between the two leaders. At the same time, a basic contradiction eventually emerged between the representation of Russia as a pillar of stability in the world and the strategy to undermine the Western-led world order. In the aftermath of the pandemics, as he was making plans for a war in Ukraine in late 2021, Putin spoke more than ever a language of crisis and change. In his view, the pandemics had been a divisive rather than a unifying factor, as global governance institutions had largely failed. Once more, he blamed the United States for conducting war in two countries, Iraq and Afghanistan, without achieving any goal and fueling international instability. But his basic criticism was about the idea itself that globalization would render outdated the nation states and promote prosperity by weakening sovereignty. In fact, he established an analogy between the Bolsheviks and the champions of progressive cultures, as both promoters of the destruction of traditional values. His worldview gravitated around nation-states, sovereignty, and the spiritual values of nations. So let me briefly draw some conclusions. First, Putin's visions of world order and the post-Soviet space have been dependent on the idea of Russia as a global power in a multipolar landscape, in spite of its economic insignificance as compared to China and the United States. The Soviet collapse has been a crucial event to forge his thinking as a set of lessons about the evil dangers of democratization and supposed acquiescence to Western hegemonic system, what I have called the anti-Gorbachevian outlook within the legacies of Soviet times. The collapse also represents the major source for the persistence of the security syndrome, according to which a combination of external and geopolitical factors threatens Russia more than ever in the new century. In such respect, NATO's expansion eastward has been only one critical aspect among others, but it has fueled the dynamics between non-negotiable standpoints, as George Kennan had foreseen. The mutual perception of hostility, particularly of the East European countries towards Russia on one side, and of Russia towards the Western alliance on the other. Second point, Putin's visions have also significantly shifted over time from the perspective of a negotiated inclusion of Russia in a Western post-Cold War governance and its multilateral practices, to the concept of multipolarity as a challenge against American supremacy and a consequent revisionist posture for a post-Western world order. This change has produced a strategic turn toward China, which is intended to last much longer than the Soviet-Chinese Communist alliance of the 20th century. The respective roles of the two powers are obviously inverted in the new century, with China playing as a major partner. Still, Putin has taken for himself a leading role by using Russia's central resource of hard power and its status of a second nuclear power in the world in various scenarios of crisis, while pretending to represent Russia as a stabilizing factor of world order. His revisionism has increasingly led to follow the logic of force. Third point, the combination of power politics and war has become a distinctive feature of Putin's Russia, to a point which seemed unthinkable only 10 years ago. The experience of war is deeply rooted, as we know, in Russian history and has persisted in post-Soviet Russia. Discourses and practices inspired by nationalism, militarism, and masculinity should be better understood retrospectively as a foundation of Putin power, much more than it was true for post-Stalin Soviet leaders in the Cold War. In his Ukraine wars, he has clearly demonstrated how even savage human annihilation and material destruction may be preferable to the specters of destabilization, insecurity, and democratization. No less clearly, he has shown how even economic interests can be sacrificed to warfare priorities and the defense of Russia's imagined or real interests. Fourth point, until today, Putin has demonstrated how war and propaganda can maintain his support in Russian society. Though the severe repressive measures adopted internally against dissent may be interpreted as a sign of weakness. At the same time, he has tried to avoid international isolation as a way to reduce the impact of economic sanctions and as a continued effort to create some kind of consensus around the perspective of a post-Western order. The effectiveness of such effort is very much in doubt, as very few countries openly support the war in Ukraine, and a strong majority in the UN Assembly, whether autocracies or not, has condemned it. Fifth point, there are, of course, deep flaws and contradictions in Putin's visions and choices. Not everything should be seen as the consequence of rational calculation. Spectacular military and intelligence failures are before our eyes, but there is more than that. The Atlantic Alliance has been strengthened and expanded to Northern Europe. The alliance with China is full of unpredictable implications, as Russia is likely to become a minor partner of Easternization, so-called, while abandoning the place of an historical component of a European system as it was for centuries, if often in conflictual terms. Internationally, a long-lasting war promises to further isolate Moscow in the UN and prevent Putin from representing from representing a major advocate of a defense of sovereignty versus globalization. What is more, an unprecedented fracture between Russia and Ukraine is being created to stay for decades in any plausible post-war scenario. And it is unclear to what extent human sacrifices and economic shortages will be accepted by Russians in the name of deceiving arguments about existential threats. To be sure, the country has been impoverished for a long time to come by the emigration of intellectual and professional elites. As a consequence of the war, to conclude, the role of global power seems less than ever within Russia's credible reach. The emerging scenario is not the new balance of power dreamed by Putin, but rather an impulse towards global militarization, with the permanent risk of uncontrollable escalation. However, such extreme scenario would still make sense to Putin's regime more than to any other actor and undermine any residual hope of political change in Russia. This is something the European Union and the international community should be aware of when the time will come to start thinking of a settlement. Thank you. So, second speech, Riccardo Cucciolla, Università degli Studi di Napoli, l'Orientale, The Failure of Liberal Democracy in Russia. Please, Riccardo.
Thank you. I have a presentation. Can you hear me? Sì, forse è più comodo. Can you hear me? Yes, okay. First of all, I would like to thank Donatella Della Porta and Silvio Pons for imagining this very interesting initiative and all the organizers that made this possible. In this presentation, the failure of liberal democracy in Russia, I mean, where should I start? As a historian, I would like to take this question from the legacy of the Russian transition. As we can imagine, I mean, the failure of liberal democracy in Russia, the question is quite complex, even because in post-Soviet Russia, there is a wide range of parties at both government and opposition claiming to be liberal and Democrats, including the notorious Liberal Democratic Party of Russia of Vladimir Zhirinovsky, which is absolutely not liberal nor Democrat. And then in the formation of the Russian political system, several parties and several attitudes towards free markets, representative democracy, human rights, individual freedoms. But there was an aspect actually missing in the story. Indeed, themes and issues are many, and here we don't have enough time to cover them all. But there is one, above all, on which I would like to focus in order to understand an important reason of the failure of Russian democratic alternative. It is, I mean, in its inconsistent weakness or even the denial of a federalist discourse, which is at the origin of the Russian democratic movement's fragmentation in the early 90s and defines the setting of such asymmetrical federation that we still we can see nowadays. In this presentation, I want to review the Soviet crisis and the Russian transition from the point of view of those who promoted a transformation of the system since 1988, challenging the political monopoly of the Communist Party of the Soviet Union and defining the first support for Yeltsin and his reforms until the constitutional crisis of 1993. A moment, as we know, that will mark a sort of original sin for the Russian democracy and will reconfigure the reconstitution of a presidential authoritarianism and a new constitutional order that we still see nowadays. In the 90s, Russian Democrats promoted revolutionary reforms in economic, social, and political spheres, but did not completely abandon the imperial component and, in the end, even compromise with the authoritarian one. Determining a missed breakthrough of a federation that instead would have been born on the basis of a new imperial compromise that survives to the present days. So here, who are these Democrats? Just quickly, the crisis of the Soviet political system corresponds with the agony of a single party and the beginning of a pluralist season in which we see a greater role for public opinion, of an emerging civil society actively participating in the electoral process and in the debates. In 1989, with the election of the Congress of People Deputies, a number of independent candidates were elected and formed the interregional group. This was essentially the first recognized parliamentary opposition force in the Soviet Union. They represented the most diverse, progressive, nationalist, liberal, social democrats, even conservative, even monarchist visions. They were very different figures here just represented, and among them we can see, for example, Yuri Afanasyev, particularly active in the critique of Stalinism and the need to reform the system, as well as the first elected the mayor of Leningrad, Anatoly Sobchak, who was, as we know, maybe Putin mentor. In this picture, we see altogether very different personalities, as Gavril Popov, who was the first elected mayor, democratically elected mayor of Moscow, here on the left. A radical maverick like Boris Yeltsin, who since 1987 had begun to openly challenge the leaders of the Communist Party before being marginalized by Gorbachev and before starting his own battle against the party. Here we see, obviously on the right, Andrei Sakharov, the true moral authority of the democratic movement, a protagonist of science, of the dissident movement, and of the cause of human rights in the Soviet Union. And the last on the right, I mean, a populist, Telman Gdelian, a very controversial figure of great political cunning, who would use his authority in the Soviet Prokuratura and stories on corruption to directly attack the Soviet power to get easy consensus. We will say a populist, as we even experienced in other countries like Italy as well. All this say that the democratic movement in Russia was composed of personalities very different from each other's. They had the common aim of transforming the Soviet political regime from totalitarian to democratic, so deleting the Article 6 of the Constitution and liquidating the political monopoly of the Communist Party, but they were more divided on the implementation of reforms in the economic and social fields, and especially, again, in the federal question. Within the interregional group, Sakharov, in June 1989, in a speech at the Congress, proposed the creation of a fair federal system, so, which means to give more rights to the 15 constituent Soviet republics and to end decades of centralized control by Moscow. Sakharov, in fact, proposed a form of pure federalism without asymmetries, without hierarchies of federate subjects, and he said predicting that these could enjoy equal rights, equal duties, autonomy, and even equal status. After Sakharov's death and the affirmation of Boris Yeltsin at the head of the democratic movement, which on the occasion of the Russian elections of March 1990 was even reorganized in the electoral bloc of Democratic Russia, Democratia, Yeltsin himself would have taken even a more radical line, playing his own game in an open conflict against Gorbachev. Yeltsin himself supported the sovereignty of Russia in June 1990, and from the breaking of with the Soviet states, denying the plans to redesign a union of sovereign republics on which Gorbachev was actually working. In fact, Yeltsin and Democratia supported the sovereignist cause not only of Russia but also starting from the Balts, from the Baltic republics. More problematic was the issue with Ukraine, even within the Congress. But they were generally pressing for a quick liquidation of the USSR and permanently compromising relationship with those nationalists who in turn will distance from the democratic movement. They would approach the patriotism of the red-brownish formations such as the Russian communists or hyper-conservatives and Eurasian groups. This position against the Soviet unity, in fact, creating an internal crisis in the democratic movement in Russia, with the fringe opposed to the dissolution of the USSR and the possibility of giving even greater autonomy to the Russian Republic, who railed against this sovereignist attitude of Yeltsin and this anti-unionist line undertaken by Yeltsin and most of Democratia. Who were these Democrats who were against the Soviet collapse? In April 1991, the leader of the Democratic Party of Russia, Nikolai Travkin, a member of the Interregional Group and the Coordination Board of Democratia, distanced himself from the core of the Russian Democrats and founded a counter-movement for the preservation of the USSR. It was called Narodное согласие, I mean, popular agreement, together with some Christian Democrats and even cadets. They rejected also the demands of independence for Russia and defended the indivisibility of the Soviet Union, rejecting also the main argument for secession of the republics, but also of the regions within Russia, which I mean, conversely, was argued by Yeltsin and his group was purely economic, in the economic interest of Russia against the less developed republics of the Union. This was the first real crisis within the democratic movement. Then we know the story. The failed coup of August 1991 represented an important political victory for Yeltsin and the Democrats, but remained short-sighted to national authorities, disillusioning those formations that in the regions of Russia claimed greater autonomy. And here we see a second crisis in the story. In November 1991, Yeltsin was joined by the young economist Yegor Gaidar in leading a reform agenda for Russia. But in the same days, an imperial crisis became a test for the new established Russian legal system and the very solidity of the democratic movement of Russia. In fact, in November 1991, the Chechen president Zhokhar Dudayev took office and proclaimed the independence of the Chechen Republic of Ichkeria, threatening bellicose actions against Russian authorities, and so determined to the cause of independence to the point of even threatening terrorist actions or sabotage of nuclear power plants, or even to sites, aircrafts, and I mean the situation was quite tense. And what is interesting in this story is that in the previous months, Dudayev was actually negotiating with Gorbachev for a possible promotion of Chechnya as a Soviet republic, so to a full status of republic within the Soviet Union. And for example, he was also an open supporter of the August 1991 coup to preserve the integrity of the USSR. But now, in a non-Soviet dimension, but rather in a Russian formation, the Chechen question thus became a real test bench for Yeltsin, who proclaimed himself a liberal and democrat, but he had to support a still strong imperial soul, even within the democratic movement. In this situation, Moscow proclaimed a state of emergency in Chechnya, but ordered not to use the force. Dudayev also himself proclaimed the martial law in Chechnya, but postponed a clash that would inflame southern Russia in the following years. In those days of November 1991, the Congress of Democratia was divided on the Chechen issue. Among those who supported the Yeltsin line, and even part of the Democrats, including the mayor of Moscow, Popov, and Afanasyev himself, who were thundering against the risk of a new fascism in Russia related to the crisis in Chechnya. At this time of uncertainty on the Chechen question, a large part of the Democratia proposed to lift the state of emergency and to work for a federal treaty so that the autonomous regions would voluntarily incorporate into a new Russian federation. For example, Popov himself, so the mayor of Moscow, expressed in favor of a possible independence of the autonomous republics, including Chechnya, based on a referendum. We know what was the attitude of Popov and Afanasyev for another cause. They were, we'll say, far less liberals when dealing with Ukraine and when still claiming territoriality from Ukraine still in 1991. By the way, the epilogue of this crisis within the Democratic Congress was quite dramatic for the movement. At that point, Narodные Согласия broke with Yeltsin and definitely came out of Democracia, accusing of encouraging the collapse of the USSR. From that moment, the rift between Democrats and nationalists was quite clear, and to some extent irreversible. At the end of 1991, the federal question would thus have been raised not only at Soviet level, but in Russia itself. The problem of how to refederate that authoritarian ethno-federal asymmetrical structure which had been inherited from the Stalinist USSR, reviewing those balances and compromises between the center and the periphery that already, with the parade of sovereignties in 1990, also supported by several Russian regions. We have to keep in mind that besides the republics, also some 20 regions followed the declaration of sovereignty within Russia. So with the part of sovereignty, the federation had entered in a particularly critical phase with the regions claiming greater autonomy, if not independence, and thus compromising the unity of the Russian states. There are three organizational principles that were discussed by Democrats in the 90s, in the early 90s, and then 92, 93 especially. We have the Federalist, for example, that following even the Sakharov speech of 1989, they proposed the equality between federal subjects and the reorganization of larger regions, or maybe not a reorganization of larger regions, but an equalization of rights of the existing ones. For example, Leonid Smirnyagin, a member of the Russian Presidential Council, was of this idea of equalization. In 1990, even the young Oleg Rumyantsev, the secretary of Constitutional Commission, who was in charge of drafting the Russian constitution, proposed the reorganization of the 89 federal subjects into some 15, 20, 25 земли, into bigger regions, following the example of Germany, following the example of German landers, that would have equal status of the autonomous republics. Popov, for example, looked at the American model, imagining, again, some 10, 15 larger regions, the abolition of the ethno-federal hierarchy between this region, and delegating the national policy, which was at the core of the nationality policy, of the autonomy in the Soviet Union, to delegate the nationality policy to the Council of National Communities that were so dealing with the education, language, and cultural policies. Also, the Minister of Nationalities, Sergei Shakrai, supported the creation of a dozen of administrative units and to put national issues outside of the federal structure of the Russian state. There was a second approach to the problem of how to refederalize the Russia in the aftermath of the Soviet collapse. There were the autonomists, so local leaders, nationalists, and representatives of the minorities that were based in the regions. Some of the most prominent were, for example, the president of Tatarstan, Mintemir Shamiev, the Bashkir president, Murtaza Rahimov, but also the mayor of Moscow, Yuri Lushkov, and others. All a group, this is also interesting, these autonomies are all a group that will define the regional base of Yedinaya Rossiya in the following years, in the late 90s. But, so the autonomies, unlike the federalists, contested the equalization of the subjects, but rather they asked for more autonomy. So as a genuine disposition for national self-determination, especially on which fields, on the economic and cultural issues. This type of approach actually maintained in a different ideological aspect, the same Soviet asymmetries, the same Soviet organization, and the same Soviet hierarchies. And then there was a third approach on how to imagine, how to refederalize Russia. This is something which was even formalized in the Constitution, and was the attitude of those communitarians, so those traditional intellectuals, such as even the dissident Alexander Solzhenitsyn, who not only called for a return to a more compact Russian autonomy. We know what was the plan of Solzhenitsyn in 1990, which would include Belarus and Ukraine in a common Slavic project. But the idea of Solzhenitsyn was to invest on the principle of local self-management, samoupravlenia. So to take a model of self-government like the Zemstva, so taking back from the Russian tradition, which was identified as a traditional democratic institution of Russia, so nothing that needed to be imported, no, not American models, not German models, but to go back at the Zemstva as a point to restart the process of refederalization. And this process of samoupravlenia required a devolution of powers, not only from the centers, but also from the same republics, from the same regions. So the samoupravlenia was also another project to remove a hierarchical organization within the region. The principle of samoupravlenia in the end was even partially formalized in the constitution, even in the actual constitution, but its application was in fact disregarded and opposed above all by the center, but above all by governors, by local governors. So the federal question had effectively revitalized the public opinion by becoming a topic of democratic debate, but the struggle for power between Gorbachev and Yeltsin triggered centrifugal forces within Russia itself, and the crisis in Chechnya undermined the process of refederalization, making federal issues to be perceived as a danger and indefinitely shifting the solution of the problem. The Democrats that supported a leader that would reconstitute an authoritarian power in which they would be, in the early 90s, co-opted or even ousted, reaffirmed an imperial culture that will not build a true federalism, but recreated as a symmetrical, bureaucratic, authoritarian, and a centralized federation that was born from a new imperial compromise. The results of the negotiations in the end between the center and the regions appeared with the federal treaties, with the Federal Treaty of 1992, and with the Constitution of December 1993, so just after the constitutional crisis of October, which will be the federation that will not create a true autonomy, nor samoupravlenia, nor self-management communities in those regions where sovereignty remained limited. Thus, the central power of Moscow remained decisive and hindered the emergence of political alternatives, thus causing a missed breakthrough for a post-Soviet Russia effectively democratic and effectively federalist. Thank you.
Thank you, Riccardo, for 20 minutes. Also for keeping your speech in 20 minutes, although we have plenty of time, so we'll see what to do. Now, Carolina De Stefano, Luis Guido Carli, Roma, the policies of the Russian Federation towards Russian-speaking communities in the post-Soviet space.
Thank you very much also for the invitation. I'm very happy to speak after Riccardo, because I think that the two perspectives really complement. I will focus more specifically, and now I will explain why, on the period also of transition between 1990 and 1993. So the invasion of Ukraine clearly reflected and showed how Putin significantly misjudged and had faulty expectation about the reactions of the ethnic Russians and Russian-speaking communities in eastern and southern Ukraine. And of course, this was rooted in an imperial mentality. This is also how they explained the inability to conceive Ukrainian statehood, and in particular that beyond language, beyond even dissatisfaction with the government in Kiev, there would have been a sense of belonging of the locals towards the Ukrainian state as an independent one. It also clearly highlighted the lack of effective policies of the Russian Federation towards the so-called Russian diaspora. By the way, I would really like to discuss with you the very notion of Russian diaspora as a unified concept, because as I feel it, is also something that have to be revisited since it's very easy to be manipulated as a concept on the two sides, both from Russia acting and defending and acting in the name of the protection of the Russian communities as a unified concept, but also on the side of nationalists defining Russians, for example, escaping the war or leaving the country as a threat because they would constitute a common group. But this is a separate reflection. Anyway, this reflected a striking inability to conceive a policy and also a lack, more in general, of a long-term vision towards the former Soviet republics, what to do with them. And while this is very clear, I think that it's worth, as an historian, look back more in depth at the specific dynamics, trying to trace some of the reasons for the non-emergence of these policies. And this is particularly, I mean, and with this idea, I would like today to focus on the very period on transition where the first attempts were made to try to change the approach, to try to think about new ideas about how to democratize, not just within Russia, but also federalize relationship within the Union and then within the Russian Federation. There are three starting points I think are useful to be fixed. The one is that the Union authorities and the Russian authorities later really did attempts to change something. There was not just inertia, and there was not just imperial mentality that played and helped us explain us why they didn't elaborate, they didn't manage to elaborate new policies towards the communities. The second thing is that the second aspect is that there is a direct continuity within the efforts that were made by the Union's leadership under Gorbachev and the ones that were made by the newly established Russian Republic. So it's not useful to just start from 1991 to analyze Russia's policies, because there is a specific legacy, I would argue, of the perestroika period, which is not just about the imperial framework, the Soviet structure, but it's really something specific with what also Donatella was talking about yesterday, which is basically a critical juncture in which a crisis management, a situation of crisis and collapse of institution also make critical decisions that then have long-term impacts on the way the state works. So I would say that beyond the imperial mentality, there were other factors playing in these years of collapse, 1990, 1993, and I would focus mostly on three. The economic crisis, really the lack of funds to elaborate a policy, to build new structures, the lack of local control over regions and local events, and a sense of insecurity and fear in Moscow that led to, for example, overestimate the number of immigrants, of Russians that would intend to come to the Russian Republic because of discrimination suffered in the Republic. So this perception of the center of an exaggerated threat that already at the time was not seen in the same manner from outside. If you compare like newspapers or even international scholars commenting on the situation from there and how the situation was perceived by Russian authority, you see that there is a strong discrepancy, which of course is about the panic of a political center collapsing. And the research is still at the beginning regarding this specific subject. I work on the collapse, but the idea is really to follow this post-Soviet diplomacy, especially with regard to these policies from an historical perspective. But it's based mostly on a fund of the Ministry of Nationality Affairs of Russia, which comes from Garf in Moscow, and that is made of hundreds of reports sent from the regions and from actors and members of the ministry to Moscow, describing the local situation, the border situation. And the overall goal, of course, is also to try to historicize the 90s in a moment in which we tend to have a binary vision of the last 30 years, maybe lacking some nuances. The core issue is, what was the problem both of the Union leadership and then of the Russian leadership, which is also linked more generally with the imperial collapses, that they had to transform Soviet nationalities policy, within which there was everything, into separate and very different policies. From Soviet nationality policies, where everything was there, also in a rather confused way, apart from, key institutional pillars, they had to build a new border policy, a new diaspora policy, a new migration policy, a new ethnic policy, and of course a new foreign policy towards the former republic. So they had to kind of transform one policy into 10 policy. And if you look in details at the dynamics of this year, it was very difficult, not just because of a lack because of a confusing debate, because of a struggle among the elites, but really for contingent reasons of crisis management. So what I would argue is that in front of a crisis management situation, a need, an urgency to deal with several problems exploding, emerging across the country, some structures were built that created a kind of an attrition and added difficulties in then finding and creating something new after the collapse. Starting very briefly from the Gorbachev's tenure. The point is that Gorbachev and his leadership already knew very well that they had to try to decentralize and to create inner policies that would overcome the acting Soviet nationality policies. The September 1989 plenum on nationalities, which by the way was cited also by Putin on February 21st, saying that in that moment there were fatal decisions made regarding the relationship between the republics, there was a very lively debate on what to do. And for example, the document that was approved by this plenum of nationality included some novelties. Among them, the right of the republics to have their own citizenship within the Union. So it's a phase in which they try to separate these policies while trying to keep together the Union. But to approve and to conceive a dual citizenship or some diplomatic representation of the republics in Moscow is, of course, a beginning, in some way, can be seen as a beginning of a process of sovereignization and federalization. And also the protection of minority issue was framed in a very different way compared to the previous period for several reasons. First, there was much more attention to the international law. There is an interest in trying to go into a more general framework that played. Of course, the methods were also new. They were not willing to use massive force to deal with ethnic issues. So we are in a context of open debate about new possible rights of the minorities. It was also it was also manipulated as a subject by Gorbachev in the first place, because to push for the protection of minorities in this context of crisis was a way to try to undermine the nationalist discourse, the political weight of the republics. It was pushing and giving the idea there was a strong discrimination against minorities. But it also has to be said that there was a genuine concern, even before conceiving that the Union could end, over interethnic tensions. So the fact that from Moscow, the sense was that there was a multiplication and proliferation of issues that were popping up all over the country. And one example is the 60,000 letters that were received only in 9 months over just a national question by the Central Committee, the Department for Letters, on how the situation was going bad. People were complaining, and there are very alarming statements, especially from Russians abroad, but abroad at the time in the different republics outside the RSFSR, but also within Russian regions. And of course, minority that were suffering tensions like Armenians, Azeri, but also Turkish Meskhetian Turks after Fergana, and etc. And what is interesting is that, of course, the leadership had a very partial view of the situation. Why? Because people that were leaving the Communist Party, people that were already part of the opposition, were not sending any more letters to the Communist Party. So you just have thousands of letters of people that still ask Gorbachev, ask the communist leadership to do something. So you don't have a sense of the overall situation, but just letters of panic from some specific groups, which are not just ethnically Russians or discriminated, but are still communists, which I think is crucial. So these reports that are very alarming also start to talk about the impossibility at the local level to manage the situation. And so, and this is not just citizens that are writing, saying that the situation is very critical, but also the local governments that are also some kind of negotiating or asking for some money in order to cope with the situation. So my sense is that there was also a tendency from the locals to exaggerate the risk in order to have some privilege, or at least to receive some fundings in a moment in which there were really a lack of funds. So the perception is of a crisis. But interestingly, and so the debate was really open. There was this sense of panic, and within the Politburo in 1989, there were discussions about the possibility to let the Baltic go, to let other republics go, to start conceiving a shrinked union. And Gorbachev justified the need for a new union treaty, saying that there were too many Russians outside, so there was not possible to leave the Baltic zone. So from his perspective, it was not just about an imperial, of course it's part of an imperial mentality, but it was not just about not conceiving to let the Baltics go as such, but also recognizing that there were millions of Russians abroad, and he could not think about how to deal with them outside. So there is this dilemma. On the other side, Gorbachev's perspective on Russian and other minorities, reflecting the Union already inability to conceive and develop differentiated policies towards the different communities, depending on status, on the concentration of these communities in the republics. So it was very difficult for them also concretely to separate these policies at the same time. So again, you have a mentality, a problem in conceiving something different from the imperial setting, but there are also specific issues. For example, the head of a newly established Committee for Migration within the Ministry of Labor, which was created after the Baku events, the Baku crackdown, military crackdown in January 1990, acknowledged the problem of differentiating ethnicities because there were too many mixed marriages. And so their problems in trying to deal with different kind of refugees, of people that were escaping from Azerbaijan in these years, and elaborating a different policy. They also have a different attempts at managing differently people. So, for example, the Minister of Defense, the Minister of Internal Affairs, and the KGB had to deal with the soldiers leaving Azerbaijan, notwithstanding ethnicities, even of course the great majority were Russians, compared to other people. So just to give you a sense of how beyond mentality there were daily problems to be dealt with, which were very complicated. And the other thing was that in early 90, not only there was this problem at the borders, but there was really the fear, not just of a general immigration, but especially of an excessive migration towards Moscow. All the peoples were coming in Moscow, and as Buyanovsky, this head of the migration committee, said, people were coming there because we taught to them that in Moscow we solve everything. For them, I mean, there were too many expectations on this. So you have, what's the point on this period? Is that there is a real debate, there are real attempts that show that there are new methods that they didn't want to use force, and in the end, the main response, we were talking with Mark yesterday about this, was mostly a technocratic approach, creating committee to deal with the situation, which is the contrary of elaborating policies. You are just multiplying bodies to deal with local situation. And of course, this creates issue then in trying to build something new. On the other side, you have also Russia building its new structures in parallel to it. I will finish in a couple of minutes. In parallel to it. So in 1990, you have this Ministry of Nationality being built, which is interesting because for decades there had not been in the Soviet Union a Ministry for Nationality. Of course, we know that Stalin was the head of the Ministry of Nationality, but when also for the propaganda purpose, they decided that the nationality issue, the nationalist question had been solved, there was no need to have a body dealing with a policy. I mean, principles had been established. So this is the first experience that is recreated, not by chance, in also a period of crisis. And also this Ministry of Nationalities was receiving thousands and thousands of letters about migrants and Russians coming to Moscow and coming to the Republic, with some very scaring scenario about millions of Russians coming. So this is interesting because there was not a sense that, especially from the Baltics, there was not an interest in coming to Russia and living in the Baltics, notwithstanding discrimination in these republics. But so the perception was that too many migrants would come in a critical period, which explains also the ambiguity of the policies. They wanted people to stay in the republics, not just, this is of course played a role, not just to influence, to keep an influence in the republic, but also because they didn't want them to come back. So there is this dilemma. And then there were structural problems. I made some interviews to Tishkov, Minister of Nationalities in 1992, to Mikhailov, who was then Minister of Nationality, and as many others, they tell you how there was just no money to build policy, to include experts in a systematic way. There was not the paper to print documents. And this was also the case for the MFA, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, when they tried in the beginning to build new offices and unities for the republics. Of course, there was a lot of question of debate, imperial mentalities, inability to conceive the near abroad as foreign and independent countries, but there were also contingent problem. My conclusion is that and this ministry was created in 1990. So my conclusion is that there were many other factors that played in the explain why some policies were not elaborated, and also that there is discontinuity between a series of bodies that were created under perestroika that continued beyond the political debate to play the role. So the Committee of Migration was created in the Russian Republic in 1990. The Ministry of Nationalities was the same, that then continued to work. People working with within these bodies, and that felt this perception of fear of internal disintegration were the same that then would have been called to deal with these policies. And this is one of the reasons why they could not separate the policies. And it's just with Putin's arrival in 2001 that the ministry that has changed 8 names throughout the decades under Yeltsin is abolished, and that there is an attempt to separate the policies. So the diaspora policies was officially given to the MFA. The nationality policies was separated from regional development. And so we can also foresee the fact that diaspora policy becomes more strategic under Putin. I think I can stop here.
Okay, so let's go on with the comment of Vanessa Voisin. Thank you very much, Vanessa.
Do you hear me? Yes, you hear me. Okay, thanks a lot to the organizers for their invitation and their trust, because I am out of my comfort zone in these topics. My comfort zone being the Stalinism, the Second World War, and well, here there's a point of convergence with the out-of-crisis processes. But it was a very stimulating panel that I will try to put in relation, because we have obviously 2 moments and also 2 lenses of analysis in this panel. The moment of 1987-88 to 1993, the moment of a shift, the break, the collapse of the Soviet Union, but also some continuities that Paulina outlined very clearly. And also linked to this same moment, the lens of the federal question and what to do about the structure of a state, of Russia or the Soviet Empire. What is it going to become after that? And then we have the lens of the Putin era and the lens of the question of the place, the role, and the power of Russia in the world. So we are looking at 2 different scales, obviously, logics of processes. In this regard, I doubly regret the absence of our colleague Alberto Mazzoero, because through his previous research on colonization of Siberia and on also the relationship between Russia and Europe and Asia, he would have been also the link between, I think, the 2 parts of a panel with this reflection about the link between the nation, the identity of Russia, its space, and its place in the world, the 3 elements being tightly connected. So I see 2 main points in the panel. And I will propose some reflections about them before asking precise questions to The first point is the nexus in the Russian case between great world power, geopolitical ambitions, and the form of power which is, we can say it clearly, autocratic. The second nexus of question is the link between the national identity, the multi-ethnicity, and the space also, and how the Russian nation is defined at some strange intersection between ethnies, but also space, and the 2 are not completely consistent between each other, and it created a lot of contradictions. We were so surprising factors such as this crisis reaction politics, despite the big experience of Russian policy with forced movements of population, which is more my area of competence. So the first nexus, the question of this link between the nature of the political power in Russia and the ambitions of a country in the world. It is also linked to another issue that was raised very clearly by the 2 other speakers, Carolina and Ricardo, this fear of destabilization. The destabilization within, on the political arena, so taking the risk of democratizing is taking the risk of destabilizing and disintegrating the whole. This fear of destabilization that was described by our two speakers here reminded me so clearly about some developments of the Civil War, and notably of 1918, and also the positioning of the various currents before, in 1917, about the form of the future republic, at the time it was still in the air, of Russia, a unitary state, or a state that could accept secession. That was the claim at the time of the Bolsheviks and some other socialist parties. So the first question, this link between the geopolitical ambitions and the autocratic type of power, makes me, after listening to the description by Silvio Pons, notably of the second part of Putin's thought and positioning, that we are going back to this model of a garrison state. This model that was quite aptly applied to the Russian case in their introduction by Marshall Poe and Eric Lohr of a book published in the early 2010s, I think, about society and the state. Society and the army, society and the military, from the early modern period to today. And they applied this model that, as you know, was designed for a completely other geopolitical entity to the Russian case and to the whole of history of Russia since early modern times, going up to Putin. And they were already kind of interpreting Putin and the evolution that were perceptible in the beginning of the third mandate of Putin as aiming back to this model of a garrison state, which is a state that feels insecurity because it's not very strong intrinsically. The legitimacy is based on a complex economy of favors towards an elite, which is rewarded by the conquest, by the products of the conquest. So the conquest, the expansion of a power is in fact a kind of defensive, so it's also the model of defensive imperialism, by the feeling of vulnerability, the feeling of contagion. Here I'm more thinking about also the research of Brian Buck, and the problem of keeping the whole together also. And there is this research he made about containing the steppes and containing also the population from going out, so fleeing from the serfdom in the 17th century. So are we back to this model in a certain way? And if this very aggressive policy is a way to come back to this militarized form of power, to this claim on the buffer zones and the security of Russia. If we look, we all linked to this model of a garrison state is also this representation of a Russian leader from before even the Romanov dynasty as the conqueror. One of the great sources of legitimacy in the Russian imperial power was the conquest and was the military success, which of course creates a big vulnerability when you fail, like it's the case. Then, related to this question, we can ask ourselves, in a way, what is the space left to the liberal democratic alternatives in this configuration, in this long-term political culture and configuration of a Russian state and Russian military? And here, I listened to a great interest to your contribution, Ricardo, wondering how, in fact, these liberal Democrats, some of whom didn't look so much democratic, as I understood, in fact, defined their view of democracy. Was their object, what the thing they were defending was only to get rid of the monopoly of a party on the political life of a country and to have a multipartisan. Did it go beyond that? How is democracy conceived and spelled out in Russia? Do we have any thought about counterpowers? Do we have any thought about accountability, I mean, in front of the people, not only in front of a leader? with bodies inspecting. So I know that in the Soviet Union we have a the Party Control Commission and a bunch of things like that were inspecting constantly the implementation of policies. But they were not responsible in front of a nation, obviously. They were responsible in front of Stalin, Khrushchev, etc. So what is democracy in this light? And why do we find a part of the liberals militating for the unitary state and really reticent to think about the secession? Why is it so difficult to think about secession of the Russian entity or former Soviet empire, or how exactly to define this entity? Here we come to the other big nexus, which is the articulation between the space, the nation, and the ethne, or the culture, which is, as we know, a topic widely studied since the Imperial turn in history by a lot of very competent persons who tried to understand at which point in in Russian history, Imperial history, there was maybe the definition of a center and a periphery, which would help understand the conceptualization of the imperial space with clearly an imperial periphery to be colonized, meaning to be educated, civilized, but also to be populated. And this is a particularity also of this continental overland empire that Mark Basinger explained yesterday. Where is the space of a nation? And if you have the Russian nation going in the peripheries, you, of course, have the space which is convergent, conflates with the nation, even if, in reality, the peripheries were, in majority, populated by other minorities, other religions also, in the Russian Empire and then the Soviet Union. So how is this Russian nation fought? Russian nation is both presupposes to think about some kind of civil participation in the policy and presupposes to understand what is a subject or a citizen. Is it the ethnic Russian speaking Russian or being Orthodox? And there are recent research about notably how the Russian Orthodox Church is not very well at ease with ethno-nationalism, actually. Or is it this imperial view of the Russian nation? That seems to be the imperial nationalism, as also, I think it's Emil Payne refreshed this concept recently. So on the background of these general interrogations, I have more specific questions for each of the speakers. Questions, remarks, and asking for reaction. To Silvio, what I understood, if I understood correctly, is that initially there was no dogmatic, doctrinal position of Putin about the relations with the West. So here we have a clear contrast with the antagonism that was postulated during the Soviet time between two worlds, the capitalist world, the communist world, two models, two irreconcilable worldviews. Or maybe it's more accurate to say that the conviction of an intrinsic alterity between civilization, the Western and Russian civilization, was already there from the start in this work of Vladimir Putin. In any case, the crucial value, according to your analysis, was this identity as a great power. Russia as a great power. And may we ask more specifically a military, a hard power type of power, not just a cultural power or an economic power, even less, of course. And the second question is, what exactly was the object of a security syndrome as we see speeches or the documents we can have about the Putin government? The object is the territory, the spheres of influence beyond the boundaries of Russia, or is it also about the place in supranational institutions? What is the security syndrome is applied to? Questions for Carolina. I'm very interested about this discussion on possible secession in 88-90, debates within the Politburo. I would like to know if you analyze the arguments pro and contra, allowing republics to secede. And also why eventually they decided not to do it, since there was not anymore, obviously, the project of projecting communism in the world. So if they didn't do it, was it for security preoccupations? Was it for economic ones, also in part probably, obviously, in the or was it, as far as you can see from the debates, more a question of Soviet identity or Soviet? I'm very interested in the question of the refugee welcome and integration that you looked into, and this response by the state, a one-size-fits-all policy, technocratic solutions, etc. Indeed, we can really wonder why the authorities did not work more deeply on what was happening, since it seems that they had a lot of feedback. All these letters, all these complaints. So request, feedback, and why did not they more seriously took all these address to power as a source of information on which to work? Does the context of crisis explains everything in this to design a more long-term policy? Or is it maybe this deeper culture, administrative and police culture, of constrained population movements? The deportations, obviously, but also the post-war minority exchanges that were studied by Catherine Gousseff between Poland and Ukraine, Belarus republics after the Second World War. So these tradition, habitude of moving people in a forceful way when it's necessary is a trait also, especially significant in Russian history, Russian Soviet history. And do we have, in the fantastic source you have, I'd like to know more about both the source of this committee of nationalities and then the other source, which is the set of letters. Do we have a first picture of a reaction of a welcoming population when there were these movements? And did, notably, to be more specific, did these migrations within the Soviet Union and then from the former Soviet Republic towards the Russian Federation created or fostered some ethno-centered nationalism in Russia? Have this effect? Finally, I've got some questions for Ricardo. Yes, my first question when I was looking, before listening to you, to the title was, how can we define liberal democrats in the early 90s in Russia? Sakharov, yes, was, as far as I know from his writing, but what about even Boris Yeltsin? So again, this question of the lack of discussion, it seems, or serious thoughts among themselves about what is democracy. Or maybe they avoided to, because the point was to first to kill the Soviet Union and the party monopoly, and then to move forward. And then there were these rivalries for power. But anyway, it's striking, this absence of thought about that on a more conceptual level. What were the views, notably also, and to link that with the question of federalization and to the question that studied Carolina, how these various groups, the three notably tendencies you outlined, view the rights of the minorities within the Russian Federation or the Soviet Union? Was that, because one of the attributes of functioning democracy is also that the majority wins at elections, but the minority is taken into account. And there are various body organs, etc., trying to protect the rights of the minorities. Yes, and finally, I wanted to ask you what you think about this dissonance between 1917, 1918 of disintegration and the position of a liberal at the time, and the counter positioning of a socialist pro-secession and against the Unitarian liberals, and on another point of view, the Unitarian white armies, notably, with the situation at the dissolution, at the collapse of the Soviet Union. The resurfacing of this specter of the disintegration of the whole, but what is the whole? What must be the whole? For the Russian liberals in 1970, it was clear that they couldn't let go Ukraine or the Caucasus. And finally, how much the position that were affiché, shown by this three tendencies, the communitarian, the autonomist, and the federalist, were based on a more elaborated doctrine? Or was it a politician game, electoral proclamation? What, did you see some kind of analysis behind these proposals that were made by the three different groups within the democratic group? So these are my questions. I suppose there will be many more also from the public, because the three papers were especially interesting. Thanks a lot.
Thank you. Thank you. So I think, well, let's open the floor for discussion, and we leave 5 minutes for each speaker to provide responses. Please.
Thank you so much for the presentations. I have a question to Carolina. That's quite plausible that in the period of Soviet collapse, the major motivation was actually to solve the multiple emergent problems, the institutional mess, policy mess, and but I'm actually interested about the other side that you mentioned, that it's not only imperial thinking, but also, but what is actually an evidence of imperial thinking at that moment? And, or like, let's say the thinking about using the Russian diasporas in Ukraine or Kazakhstan in order to do something like annexation of Crimea or Donbass war or control of Ukraine, because that implies quite a strategic way of thinking that may not be actually present at that moment, but only emerged later. And that also connects to the other question. What did they think about the Russian diasporas beyond the Soviet Union? In the Western Europe and in the United States perhaps, and were there any evidence of thinking that maybe later they may also use that to promote Russian interests? That's actually, yeah, it's been happening in the recent years when the Russian-speaking communities were becoming kind of like a base for the Russian soft power, let's say in Germany, for example. But I mean, that's not necessarily evident that there was such thinking in those years when everything was just collapsing.
I think I just asked. You didn't. Can I? So I have. It's in a way more a comment than a question. So I really very much enjoyed all the presentations, and the comments are to Ricardo and Carolina. So I think this period is also, for who studied the Russian Orthodox Church, extremely interesting. Also the late 80s, the beginning of the 90s. And first, maybe to Ricardo, the church liberals, which were not inside the church, but they were outside, so intellectuals like Sergei Averintsev, for example, who was at the time in the Duma of the Russia inside the Soviet Union. He was responsible for a really liberal law on religion, which then the church, once it had kind of managed to establish itself, lobbied out of office. And in 1997, we got a very restrictive law on religious freedom, but the very liberal law of 1991 that goes into action is work of those church liberals. So there was also an attempt inside the Russian Orthodox Church to give it in a way direction. And then, Carolina, on your point, I mean, the Russian Orthodox Church had a very clear vision on how to deal with the diasporas. through the concept of canonical territory. So there was a very clear claim that the Russian Orthodox Church is responsible for everyone Orthodox outside of the borders of the Russian Federation. And that's, of course, then the Ruski Mir concept. But the Kremlin can also only pick that up to a certain extent because it feels responsible for many more people that are not all Orthodox. And I think also that's one of the reasons why we can explain that the traditional values concept becomes so important, because traditional values can also work for Muslims and other groups. So I think the concept of canonical territory is also important here. And then another point I want to just hint at is the question of expertise. I think it's really interesting when you say that they had so many problems and they suddenly had to create, ideas on how to deal with it. And in the Orthodox Church, it was the same. Like there was, I encountered that in the research for my book. So what I hinted at yesterday, this trying to really, get a position on social policies vis-a-vis family, vis-a-vis medical issues like IVF. There was no expertise for that. So there is a rush for expertise. People are reading literature from the West, they're translating, they're sending people to do PhDs abroad to then come back and translate ideas. And on the question of religious minorities, religious extremism and sects, it's actually Marat Sterin who has done a lot of work on that, of how sort of Western literature on sects was then imported into Russia to deal with the idea of religious extremism and then push for a very restrictive law, which they got in '97. So I actually think there are a lot of parallels between the Russian Orthodox Church and what the Kremlin was also facing in terms of problems. So that's not a question, but I really enjoyed your presentation.
Yes, we're just passing this around. So yeah, I have a few comments for each of all the presentations were excellent. So one question for Silvio. We know that part of the collapse of the Soviet Union had to do with Severin Bialer, for instance, called Imperial overreach. Soviet Union tried to do things abroad which it was increasingly less capable of doing. And what you describe is a kind of aspiration to be a global power, but actually somewhat limited abilities to do so, as you put it. And yet, we do see Russia engaged in lots of activities around the world, right? For instance, in Syria, Africa, and other places. And so I'm wondering, the question I would pose to you is this imperial overreach, and to what extent there could be kind of a blowback I know that's speculative, but then a couple of things for, let's see, for Ricardo, you emphasized kind of this missed opportunity to create federalism, a real federalism, not an asymmetric federalism, in the 1990s. But I really wonder whether there really was a chance to create federalism in the 1990s, especially given the parade of sovereignties. Kind of got dropped out of the story of all. The parade of sovereignties was a situation in which everybody was grabbing power. And once power is grabbed, they're very reluctant to give it back. So as far as I can see, I think the outcome of the federal negotiations that took place in the 90s kind of determined by what happened in 1990. And what was happening with the republics was, of course, similar to what was happening for the autonomous republics, who all wanted to become republics also, their aspirations, if they were to stay within the Federation. Chechnya was, of course, an exception, but if they were to stay within the Federation, they wanted to become themselves union republics within a Russian Federation somehow, upgrade their status, or within the Soviet Union. And that, I sort of had the same question for Carolina about that. And, finally, in terms of just what does a great power mean? So Vanessa kind of raised this question. What does that mean in the context of Russia? And I think there's a big difference between how the Russian population understands what a great power is and what the Russian elite understands what a great power is. So there have been public opinion surveys which have asked that question. Vada has asked that. And something like 65% of the Russian population interprets being a great power as being a developed economy, as being, highly, a wealthy country, essentially. I think the Russian elite, which of course there was enormous inertia within the Russian elite, the security elite from the Soviet Union carried over into the Russian elite. That Russian elite understood what being a great power meant in a very different way than what the Russian population, much of the Russian population. Question for you also has to do with 1990, essentially, with the I guess the collapse. I also had a question about sort of, you emphasized the continuities, the inertia that was there. But really, the big inertia was the parade of sovereignties.
Couple of questions. One for Silvio. You mentioned essentially that we sort of all overestimated the degree to which Russia's global economic entanglements constrained Putin's geopolitical latitude, and I agree with you. I wonder, looking back at the evidence, whether you think there was evidence, right, that should have led us to question that overestimation. In other words, when we're looking at Russia in the future or any other state in the future, how might we get better at doing this kind of analysis? And actually, I have the same kind of basic question both for Ricardo and Carolina, which I think it's great that you're going back over stuff that is this particular aspect of history, in large part because a lot of the public debate on where we've landed, right, criticizes an earlier generation of analysts for having failed to see the roots of today's Russian imperialism in the construction of post-Soviet Russia, right, arguing that there's this through line that goes from basically through the entirety of Russian politics. That's a debatable point. I don't want to ask you to debate it, but I wonder whether or not you see evidence, right, in the materials that you're looking at, right, that could have been analyzed differently, should have been analyzed differently, and that might reshape the way that we analyze things again in the future.
Yes, a question for Silvio, perhaps for Ricardo. On a point you have stressed, and I think it would be good to try to understand a bit more about the fact that economic shortcomings do not constrain leadership. This is something for which you can find evidence also comparatively. There was a similar question with Milosevic in the 90s. A discussion like this can be done with Erdogan today, and so on and so forth. And I'm saying that as a comparative, but if I go back to Russian history, I think, for example, the debate is one where we could mention the fact that in the mid-90s, the peninsula of Crimea was about to secede. There was a crisis. There was a self-appointed but also recognized president, Yuri Meshkov, and then it all went back because there was an idea that it was not affordable and there was an accommodation among leaders between Kiev and Moscow. So I'm wondering whether something since then, whether that perception was wrong back in the 90s about the fact that economic factors did matter in that Russia, or whether the gap between the political track and the economic track widened over the last 20 years. And therefore, today it is possible to basically not consider that. And I'm asking that as a sub-question, if you wish, about the fact that, there is a point in the mid-90s. I remember, for example, the figure of Alexander Liebet, who was welcomed in Washington as a potential candidate for running for the Kremlin. And then his sideline, he had an idea about Chechnya, very clear. He's the one who created Transnistria as it is today, very successful, very sharp and dismissive of ceremonials. And then everyone was convinced he would have a destiny in also realigning the federal setup of Russia. And then he ended up being a governor in Siberia and died in a very suspicious, as far as I'm concerned, airplane crash. And I'm wondering whether that was just a meteorite that we can, just sweep under the carpet, or if it says something about the fact that the system could not be reformed already back then. Maybe this is more for Riccardo.
I have a question as well. Oh.
I have a question for Silvia. So you described Putin's worldview, conservative one, and you described it as a historical force. And at the same time, you claimed that this worldview, in a way, was developed as a reaction to Soviet Union collapse, so the lesson learned. Then you also argued that this worldview was developed in the context of the NATO expansion. So I just was wondering, which, is it mirror of some material historical forces, I mean the worldview, or how do they interact with each other? So what is the most important, NATO expansion, the lesson learned about the Soviet Union collapse, or it is more autonomous worldview, dependent on Putin personally? So could you just somehow hierarchize these different political forces, historical forces?
I think my question is also especially for Silvio, but I think it addresses also Riccardo's and Carolina's presentation, because as a political scientist, the way you usually address a moment of transitions, which could be to democracy or from dicta blanda to dictadura, so also inside an authoritarian regimes from one form to the others, are analyzed by considering not only the position of the leader, but the so-called poderes facticos. So when analyzing decisions by Franco or Salazar, the attention was also on the transformations in those actors that supported the regimes. And it was the church, it was capitalist classes, it could have been also a peripheral type of powers, and it was the army in particular. Now, I'm wondering if in explaining this type of changes, these developments in the socioeconomic system, the development in terms of transformations in the church that we listened about yesterday and so on, how are they temporally, but also, can I say, from the cultural point of view, articulated in these transformations in the discourse of the leaders, which was quite say unexpected. And I was in Berlin when the war started, and many colleagues had not more expert than me on post-Soviet Union spaces, had not expected that because they still assumed that Putin was a pragmatic dictator. But also later on, what I tended to see were more analysis of Putin's discourse than of transformations in the other actors, so like the church, the army, and so on, how this changes in the leaders are connected with changes in those who support the leaders.
Well, we have to provide responses, I think. I'm not sure I can, at least for me, I'm speaking for myself, but we'll try. Is there anybody else asking questions? Yes, I know, I was joking, yeah. We must do that. Don't forget we have time in the afternoon to treat further all of these questions and topics. So I say this because maybe we don't have much time, but still we have 5 minutes for the lunch break. So who starts? Should I start? Okay. Well, okay. Let me first of all reply to Vanessa as far as I can. There are a lot of very difficult and very problematic issues. Was already there an opposition between Russian civilization and the West in the early Putin's discourse. But let me say, first of all, I don't want to give you the impression that I take at face value everything Putin says. I'm just saying that if we look at his speeches, they still provide a key, even the last speeches. We must see some key to his behavior as far as possible and to his understanding of global order and the place of Russia and so on and so forth. So, but of course, there is a lot of sheer propaganda. So we always must be careful, particularly in the last 2 years. That said, I would say that, in fact, in the early new century, there was no such opposition, I would say. But a nucleus which would develop very fast and very importantly in subsequent years started to be elaborated around in 2004, 2005. That's my take on the problem. Think, for instance, as I said, the concept of sovereign democracy implies such a difference in civilization to some extent. It was very ambiguous because it was embedded in a European history, in the differences, trajectories of European countries in which Russia was included by Surkov and by Putin, by other people. But some kind of difference was there, was implicit in that concept. And I could bring many other examples. Think, for instance, of the memorialization of the Second World War, which was so crucial, starting more or less from 2005 in Russia. The re-evaluation of Stalin as an architect of Soviet victory. Well, if you look closely, there are interesting studies on this point by very good scholars. And you see that, yes, there were rituals of collective mourning, and still are there today. But the main significance of the memory of the Second World War was increasingly shaped in terms of the heroic resistance against an aggression from abroad. So very much in terms of militarization and of kind of Russian exception. And it's a very difficult question because Putin claimed the place of Russia in the world as a European country. I think you find it in his speeches, at least up to 2014. at least up to 2014 or even 2015. With many ambiguities. For instance, the creation of a so-called Eurasian Union. Nobody, I think, understood very well what was it. But for sure, as I see it, it was an expedient to say, to send the message that Europe was not simply the European Union. Europe was a larger concept, should be a larger concept. And maybe there were two capitals in Europe. One was Brussels and the other one was Moscow. So was it propaganda? Yes, probably yes. But in propaganda there are still things in which people in power believes. And this is a very crucial argument as far as we talk of Putin. Mm-hmm. And on the other side, even his cultural opposition to, the degenerating West, he against political correct practices and languages, for instance. Again, it was attached to a debate in Europe, not simply to claim that Russia has abandoned its own European identity. And it was a message, don't forget that he used very much this term of moderate conservatism. Then we see that it was not moderate, of course. But still, that message was received and perceived by forces, subjects in Europe, by right-oriented forces, and has left a trace. So you see here a connection between the original concept of sovereign democracy and anti-liberal influence of Putin as the protagonist, in a way, of something which exceeds very much the Russian contest in itself, and has an attempt to send some global messages. This is also part of ambition to play such a role. What was the object of insecurity syndrome? Well, because it was a syndrome, there was no object, I would say. Of course, it was because it is, as I see it, and this can be said for many other moments and actors in Soviet and Russian history, it's a mixture of self-influencing propaganda, self-deceiving propaganda, if you want, and deep archetypes. And this probably also provides some kind of response to the question, to your question, which is a very good one. Was it the Soviet collapse or NATO expansion? Well, from the point of view of Putin, this was very much the same thing, because NATO expansion was a product of a Soviet collapse. I have no time to read, maybe afternoon we have more time, I have no time to read some of the sentences of his speech when he launched the war in Ukraine. He said exactly this. So should we believe him or not? Well, to some extent, it should be taken seriously, because the question of NATO westward expansion was put forward by Putin very early. It was the Munich speech, as I said, in 2007. And so it is a perception of a threat. Is it something that we may consider strange or exaggerated or instrumental? Yes, it is, in many ways, but in other ways, this is the point of view of not only of Putin, but of the Russian elites for many times. I remember, for instance, Evgeny Primakov saying, 1990s, stating that eastward expansion of NATO would be a problem, would be, and as I said, even George Kennan in 97 had something to say on this. So there are so many other questions. To Mark, yes, there are evident limits to global ambitions, to the global ambitions of Russia, but wasn't it to some extent the same for the Soviet Union? What is the role of communist legacies in this question? The Soviet Union was never a superpower in terms of economy, as we know. So Putin, to some extent, I see him as very much connected to the communist experience, recent communist experience, although he has completely rejected it, as we know. And it may be an imperial overstretch. It may be, but you know, Putin had gained some consensus in the UN Assembly. He has disrupted it as a consequence of the war. And still, don't forget that the UN Assembly voted against, a great majority of countries, as I said, voted against the war in Ukraine, condemned the war in Ukraine, but did not join the Western sanctions. So we have, this is also connected to a kind of consensus that Putin and to some in other ways Xi Jinping may have played in the UN Assembly because of a denunciation of Western double standards, of globalization as something entirely in the hands of financial Western elites, and so on and so forth. This is also a global ambition of Putin. I think it's one of the points of his incredible contradictions. By launching the war in Ukraine, he has disrupted this kind of credibility. This kind of credibility. Then there is the point made by Strazzari and others on the underestimation of how economic interdependencies did not restrain Putin. Was there evidence of this? Well, not so much, I would say. It was difficult to see that, but I may be wrong. I don't know enough, in fact, about that. But even think, for instance, if you think, for instance, of the only moment I see in which there were some potentialities for reversing the evolution of Putin, which may, we also need some counterfactuality, if you agree. I don't know. It's very difficult to say, in fact. But there was a moment in which we reset diplomacy by Barack Obama, the creation of a partnership, I can't remember exactly the title of it, the European Union, which was 2010 also. And also the election of a pro-Soviet leader in Ukraine at the same time. So that was a moment in which the main tensions in the aftermath of the Georgian war seemed to calm down. But it didn't work. It didn't work. And that could have been, it didn't work for many reasons. Don't forget that there was also the intervention in the name of responsibility to protect in Libya, which was a disaster, as we know, and was seen by Moscow as a confirmation of what the West did, assuming in the sense that for Putin it was the West writing the rules and then breaking the rules at the same time. I think I haven't responded to all the questions, but I really hope we have more time in the afternoon. Thank you. Riccardo.
Not sure where to start from the questions or just jumping into your point. Okay, let's try to do my best. Maybe it makes sense to follow your last conclusion. As historians, I think that we should reflect on the turning point moments and on the interpretation and maybe periodization of this recent story. And also, I was just curious I was just reflecting on was that the global dimension? How global is Abkhazia? How global is Crimea? Or were they speaking about multilateralism and sphere of influence, that discourse that was elaborated in the 90s and in the mid-2000s. So you were starting your paper talking about the 2003 color revolution. And I was just thinking, I mean, was that the starting point, the moment of crisis, or was that to some extent even accepted by Russia? It's interesting to see also the discourse when we see that this was the beginning of the crisis, not with the West, but with the European Union. That is the moment in which even the European Union appears not as a threat, but as a challenging force. But was that strong? Was that the key moment for the main revanchist moves? And you were mentioning this Munich speech, which is something that I'm not a big fan of the overestimation, but is actually is a political program by Putin, where he was for the first time openly speaking about the NATO expansion as a threat, and he was also openly using the myth of the broken promise of 1990, not 1 inch eastward. And we all know that this discourse is completely decontextualized. It was just related to the NATO expansion on Germany. In 1990, there was still the Warsaw Pact, so it was not a point to make that promise, and obviously it was not formalized anywhere. But we know that existing or not, the Russians maybe perceived it. But another key point on the elaboration of this language of security and threat that you were investing, you were mentioning, I think it's also important, the return to international right. This is something that Putin is investing in these years. And maybe I see the centrality, the cruciality of this 2007, 2008 as a key moment to understand the shift of Putin policies. In Munich, he's openly speaking against the American monopoly in international relations. And he's again speaking about sphere of influence on the CIS. Is this new? This is not new. I mean, you were talking about Primakov. This is something that was already claimed by Russia in the late 70s. So this is why, are we talking about new Cold War? Yesterday we had this discussion. I mean, besides some books from political sciences, yesterday we were just mentioning this famous book by Edward Lucas, I think, of 2008. But no, there was not a language about a new Cold War. So what was new in this 2007-2008 moment? Was new the role that Russia was claiming, or was maybe new the role of the West? We are maybe at the end of this liberal order with the financial crisis, and what was the perception of it from Russia? In 2007, we have some key moments and the related crisis depending on this. So the suspension from the conventional forces in Europe, which is something quite crucial in this moment. The crisis that was related to the anti-missile shield in Europe, something that is actually dividing Moscow from NATO. There is Kosovo. There is the recognition of Kosovo, which is creating a precedent in 2008. There is the famous summit in Bucharest, where there are many discussions about what Bush was promising some months before, a full membership for Georgia and Ukraine within the NATO. Then we have the Georgian War, obviously, the recognition of Abkhazia, which is making an open challenge also in the international law. We have a polarization of international law in the aftermath of the Georgian crisis. We have a relaunch in the regional initiatives that you were mentioning before. From this moment onward, we have a credible reconfiguration of the Eurasiatic platforms against, and this is also fascinating. From this moment, from 2008, there is this principle of option between the Euro-Atlantic integration or Moscow-led projects. And we see a competition in this that lasts until 2014. We see with Armenia when both projects are credible and both projects are discussed. What is another key moment of 2008? We have the end of reforms in Russia. We have Medvedev that was promising a program of modernization, and we have a lot of enthusiasm in the West for this project of building a Silicon Valley in Russia. I mean, I remember how much speculation was in the fact that Russia has to find some $40 billion for where to find it from, maybe the last privatization in the regions. That was the base for providing a new financial source for modernize the Russian state, the fight against corruption. There were many discourses, and then we have the recession. We have the economic recession in Russia, which means the end of this process. You were mentioning the de-escalation with Obama, and we have the renounce to the anti-missile shield, which was followed by another de-escalation move, another unilateral move from Russia on this side, from removing the Iskander missiles from Kaliningrad. And I remember that it was also fascinating. At that time, during this de-escalation moment, there was also the proposal for a joint NATO-Russia partnership or an anti-missile shield for Europe. It seems to be credible. There was the reset that you mentioned. There was Yanukovych that to some extent was calming some passions down. And then what went wrong? Again, so I think that we have two reasons also on this periodization, also on this turning point of 2008, 2007, 2008. And again, you were mentioning what can be the Arab Spring, Syria, a new competition, and this time maybe we find a more global dimension rather than before. I just go back to the question. Thank you everybody for a very interesting question. So who are these Democrats? What can be a common point? Are they anti-Soviet or are they completely anti-communist? I would say no. Even when we see about what was the position of Sakharov is not talking about destroying the Soviet Union or abandoning communism. He's just talking about reforming the socialist system, even at the economic level. I mean, they are not talking about free market. They're not talking about the westernization. It's a matter of making the Soviet Union more efficient. So what is in common about all these guys? There is a call for pluralism, which is something that we can find also in the other specific fields. And here I just want to jump to Christina's question about the church liberals. Again, I think that here the key is pluralism, especially in the fact that in a season of great reforms, as it was perestroika, the implementation of the law for the freedom of conscience of 1990 is a very important point. But we have to keep in mind that the last maybe categories that were still repressed until the early 90s were some religious minorities, the Jehovah's Witnesses. I mean, were some of the last that had been rehabilitated by the regime. So here, again, we see the key of enforcing pluralism in several aspects, not just in economy, not just in politics, not just in religion. what is their definition of democracy? Here, and what is the conception of minorities? I think that about the conception of minorities was important, the discussion that they do, that autonomists do. So recognizing rights specifically related to education, and to language. Language is very important. In 1989, we all know what is the call for making official language and for enforcing laws for making official languages. What is the sense of democracy? I think that also the divisions here is not just within the bloc of Democrats. We have clear divisions within the power, now represented by Yeltsin, and the Democrats within the Congress. Is a struggle between these two powers that will lead to the constitutional crisis of 1993, but to some extent that this polarization, not just within the parliament, but within two different powers, is something that helps us to understand some of maybe the moderation of the 90s. When we see what was the level of the debates within the Congress of People Deputies in Russia, which were much more radical than Yeltsin. So was secession acceptable? Why some were acceptable, why not? It depends by the context. So these Democrats were accepting and were even encouraging the secession of the Baltics. They were okay, as we have seen with Chechnya, some yes, some no. And so this was characterizing this break within the Democratic Front. What I was surprised is that, maybe not, but when they deal with Ukraine, there is basically a common front against the total recognition of the Ukrainian integrity and territoriality. In that case, we see the important role of Yeltsin in mediating this crisis between a Russian parliament, which is 2 times, in 1992 and 1993, claiming sovereignty over Crimea. It depends on what context are we talking about, and it depends also about the perception of nation. Are we talking about a Soviet nation or a Russian nation? Also in this case, sometimes this both dimension overlaps, but the difference are many according to the case we are considering. A comparison between the Democrats in 17 and 91. Here again, I think that the role of nationalism and the perception of what can be the fatherland and the space they are dealing with. So again, Ukraine is a problem. But I should study more, maybe this comparison. So thank you for this very interesting question. What was the final aim of federalism? I mean, so to overcome the asymmetries within the system. And then, so why these asymmetries persisted? I want to go back to Mark's question. The parade of sovereignty is the end of federalism. Yes, I completely agree with this point. The parade of sovereignty accelerates the need for maybe a temporary, but for a compromise with these regions. And it's a compromise at any cost that we know the story. In 1992, Moscow is negotiating with some 20 regions with bilateral agreements to find a compromise at any cost. And this temporary compromise of 1992 is so temporary that it lasts until nowadays. And this may be temporary compromises. I want to go back to the question that Professor Strazzari was doing about also the Crimea and the secession of Crimea. Also the Crimean affair was to some extent a temporary compromise that was found between two presidents that had to struggle with two nationalism within their own parliaments, with Kuchma in Ukraine and with Yeltsin in Russia. There were open questions about the nuclear arsenal. There were open questions about the status of Ukraine, and we know that this autonomy with the president was a compromise that they found, constitutionally speaking. Then even Ukraine was modifying this compromise, but the idea of a temporary compromise in order to avoid potential conflicts is something that we have to reconsider, to reread the creation of the post-Soviet space in the 90s. But then what was the legacies of this temporary compromise? It's the same temporary compromise that we find in the frozen conflicts. I mean, something that was frozen, but if it's frozen, it can be defrost, I don't know, and can, sorry if I was taking so much time, but thank you for so many questions, and there is even more to say, but maybe for the discussion. Thank you.
Okay, so I tried really to make it short, many very interesting comments and questions. So to Vanessa, you made three main questions. The first, arguments pro and contra secession. So the real debate, I would say, on secession was about the Baltics, since it was a question that came before. So there was still time to kind of have a choice. I don't know to what extent, but compared to the period in which, I mean, there were too many claims, you have so this window of 87, 88, in which there is a subject, also because it's the only case be seen as being different as it was. So there are people, I'm thinking about Chernayev in particular, because he was writing about it. Well, Chernayev was one of the main advisors in foreign policy, but also dealing with Gorbachev on domestic issues. And so there are some people that push, or at least say, I mean, they're already gone somehow. And the argument is that, I mean, in this way, you wouldn't have pressure within. But the other, and in the end, it's always what the Russians, I would say, the Soviet government, but also later Russia, pushed for, was the status quo. So the chain reaction was the biggest fear. If we let them go, you're creating a precedent. And honestly, there is reason to claim so. Once you make also the constitution that was there work and just creating this automatic system, of course you could. So this was really the issue, I would say, more than on the other republics. And then in the very late period, in the summer of 1991, I just wrote about it in an article for Russian history. There's the question of Ukraine that comes to the forefront. So the competition between Gorbachev and Yeltsin, with Gorbachev claiming that Ukraine is needed in this agreement, while in the new Union Treaty Agreement, and Yeltsin say that without Ukraine they cannot go anywhere. So I would put these two moments regarding secession, and regarding why, and on the question of why the republics within Russia, that the question that you asked to Ricardo, there was not so push for secession, but first of all, because most of these republics are had no borders, no external borders. So, I mean, there was a lot of claim and discourses, but factually they could not go anywhere. And this is something that also the advisor of Shamir in Tatarstan told me, Rafael Kahimov, that yes, we were claiming that we wanted secession, but we knew that we couldn't go anywhere. And second, of course, the strong dependency still on Russia, on the Russian government, fundings, etc., so the interdependence, and also the widespread presence of ethnic Russians across all the regions. So there was not such an ethnic identification. On the refugee welcome and integration, yes, I think you are right. It was not just about the crisis, the economic crisis, but there were also some mentality, problems with the local populations and tensions that arise and made the threat bigger than it was, especially regarding the question of the return of the population. So every time the question regarding like the Tatar, the Crimean Tatars, or or Germans willing to go to the Volga region and try to build their entity, or the local of course, local communities didn't want these people to come and to claim that. There was a problem also of having the right to claim something in perspective. It was not just about the numbers. And this was interesting, for example, if I think about the Tatar situation, how the Tatarstan Republic didn't want, in any case, to really help the Crimean Tatars. They didn't want to give the idea that they could at least go to Tatarstan if it was not possible. Of course, it was a different communities, but there were many resistance, not just at the central level, but among ethnicities. They didn't want new communities to come, and especially, of course, in a context of economic crisis. It's interesting that there was also an issue on the definition of refugees. This word, bežanci, comes up in this period, but the Soviet authorities didn't want to use it because they considered this term just as being applied to international people like Koreans, Palestinians, but until when the Soviet Union existed, to recognize that there were refugees was to recognize that there were internal borders somehow. And so in the press it was used, but there are documents in which they say, please, let's not use the word refugees, let's try to find a new category to define these internal movements. And on the efficiency, as Mark Kelly also wrote on a committee for emergency situation, which was head by Shoigu before he became Minister of Defense, they were quite efficient in the end in managing and holding the transfers and the first initial emergency, I don't know, welcoming. The problem was, as many times in Russia, to just then guarantee the people to stay there and to have affordable conditions to find a job. So it was not the first phase, the problem, in terms of management. Then the question of Volodymyr, it's a great question. You ask whether there was any evidence of imperial thinking. First, I think that I should have differentiated between imperial and imperialist. I say imperial because for me, imperial mindset was also what Gorbachev had when he believed that the ethnic people could live peacefully together. It was not just a question of conquering other land. For me, this is more having an imperialist mindset, but an imperial way of looking at things was also a more universalist one. I mean, Gorbachev really believes that people have an interest in staying all together. That also explain it. But regarding the evidences, there are some reports. Why? Yes, it was not the right term. I meant just to live together. I know, I corrected myself, Volodymyr. I just said the idea of living together. I mean, he was the first to be an Ukrainian Russian. So, yes, there are evidences. There are some reports of Tishkov, very interesting ones, in which he said explicitly in July 1992, we need these communities to keep an influence. But I think that behind of that, there was still a very inertial approach. The idea was that in any case, Russia would have dominated the post-Soviet space. So there is the acknowledgement that that could be useful, but this does not lead to having a strategic approach. They're just there, we're gonna have good relationship, and this will help us. So it later, I think, became a way, a more strategic tool. It was there, it could be used, but in the end, they didn't really use it in the beginning. They tried to have bilateral negotiations on dual citizenship. They tried to have more civilized relationship at the level of the republics before dealing directly with the diaspora, at least at the governmental level. Thanks, Christina, for the comments. I think that we could continue on that because, of course, it's crucial to have a sense of the religious, the debate on religion in these years and the parallels. I agree, Mark, with you on the question of the parrot of sovereignties and how 1990 was really the crucial year. Also in terms of which bodies were established. So I don't think that there is a contradiction in that. There is an arrangement that depends on that situation and that continue to exist then, depending on that. Some was a totally different question. Should I have considered? So I also questioning myself a lot. To what extent I was a good Russia expert, to what extent studying really a country from within and living there helped me in seeing what was happening. Maybe it was the contrary. Maybe we created our own mindset and in the end it was a mistake. But I don't believe either that some arguments that are now made on the fact that there are some countries, some governments that were right in saying that Putin would have done this in any case, were helpful in shaping a position towards Russia. What I mean is that also considering your comments, what is clear behind all that is that there were just two very different conceptions of the world order. So on one side you have Russia claiming a right of sphere of influence, and on the other side you have countries that say you don't have any right, so we'll do everything. And so the question of should we have involved Russia in some decision on Kosovo, yes and no. I mean, yes, if you decide that you should consider Russia, or and no if you think that they have no right in claiming. And I think that we underestimated overall potential consequences of not having settled at all this gap between two totally different positions. Then we can analyze internal dynamics, etc. But they were just incompatible. So either we had decided to just go and arm ourselves since the beginning, since we decided that there was no compatibility possible, or we should have another approach trying to look at how Russia could be involved quite seriously. I mean, in retrospective, I think that the ambiguous position that we had was the worst option, but this is just now I can say it. So to be a bit tough, but not always, to keep having very strong economic relationship, but at the same time, I don't know, to impose sanction, of course, as a reaction, but I don't know. I think that there were also some initiatives that played, at least accelerated some reaction, but that the problem at the basis was this incompatibility. And so since 2014, we didn't do really any progress for 8 years on what to do, on Minsk, etc. But it's something that is known. Just a comment I had for Ricardo, and I close. On the position of federalism, I think that it's in different positions. I think that it's indeed very important to see why these people were supporting these different ideas, also linked to what Mark was saying about this the elite struggles. I mean, if I think about the claims by the Maya-Nenetsky Okrug in the Tyumen region, which is a very far away northern region, they were claiming very strong, I mean, they were pushing for self-determination because they had the concentration of oil in the region. And this is why also, I was in Tyumen and they told me about this negotiation, and this was also why the Russian government was listening to this region more than to others. So the tendency, I would say, was that members of the parliament coming from non-ethnic region would push for the rebuilding of a civic-based federation, while people that already had powers at the ethnic level, of course, they were pushing for self-determination. So to look more in details of really where they were coming from, I think it's crucial. Okay, we'll stop here.
Welcome back. I hope you are not too wet because of the thunderstorm, and we are ready to engage in this last part of our program, which was an attempt, or which was planned as an attempt to bring together different voices, also from different disciplines and perspectives that in part we have addressed during these 2 days, in part can add some elements, the political economy side, the security perspective, and also having Mark back with us to reflect maybe also on the post-keynote presentation debate. So I, without any precise plan in mind, I would start with the order which I find in the program now, and so ask Mark to open also this part of the discussion.
Have a question, Donatella, that you would like me to address?
Well, the idea was to reflect on the interactions between the two parts of the conferences. Yeah. So the analysis of the failures of the democratization attempt. And you had mentioned in your keynote that some attempted democratizations with participation from below has not been resilient, has not been. At the course of the debate, we had different ideas and suggestions about why, but also specific questions I do have, and it connects your previous work on national and the role of nationalism in the process of breakdown of the Soviet Union and that first collapse that we see at the
Sorry. I wanted to say something about the role of nationalism. I mean, nationalism itself is a very multifaceted phenomenon. You know, if you read Gellner, everybody has a nation just like you have a nose. It's practically impossible to live in this world. It's a world of states, and the way in which I understand nations, it's the community that claims ownership of over the state. Okay. However, that community is defined, and it could be defined in an ethnic way, it can be defined in a non-ethnic way. There can be many different mixes of the two. It could be defined in some other way. I don't know, but. That, you know, nation refers to a kind of membership community. Those who belong, those who don't belong. Nation is in itself an excluding phenomenon, as well as an including phenomenon. So when we talk about nationalism, which is basically the politics that revolves around nation, it has many, many different dimensions to it. One is what we often think of as the dark side of nationalism. That is the ways in which nationalism gives rise to violence, gives rise to phenomena of ethnic cleansing, and so on. But there are also other sides of nationalism. So nationalism has always been an element of revolution, for instance. Almost all revolutions evoke the name of the nation in them because they occur within the frame of the state. If we got rid of states, or if revolutions were truly transnational, as you know the proletarian revolution was originally supposed to be, then nation wouldn't matter. But in fact, we don't live in a world in which that has occurred typically. It has occurred within the framework of the state. I recently wrote an essay on nationalism and revolution, so I'm quoting a little bit of what I wrote of that for a French publication. I think it's not just the dark side of nationalism. It's not just, this liberating aspect of nationalism potentially as sort of defining who owns the nation vis-a-vis a particular set of rulers, who owns the state vis-a-vis a particular set of rulers. But there's also imperial nationalism, and that is nationalism, and this was always there at the time of the emergence of empires and of imperialism. Nationalism, that is a sense of community, was always used as a way to justify imperial expansion, at least in the modern era, in an era in which we have nations. So it was used in England, it was used in France, it was used elsewhere. And it has been used in Russia. And it is a phenomenon that's there. And as I tried to describe in my talk, that nationalism is not generally, owned by all Russians, but there's a significant element, an element that's strong enough to serve as a base, a political base, to allow that to happen. So anyway, I just wanted to sort of clarify a little bit, because there was talk earlier about, well, where's the nation here? Where is nationalism here? And we have to understand that nationalism is a very varied phenomenon. And often it's not just sort of, it's not really just the phenomenon of national belonging that is so important. It's actually what people do in the name of the nation that matters. And that's what we really need to be paying attention to, because you can do good things and you can do some not so good things.
Connect it with the argument about the transformations in revolutions, and you said nationalism was always important, but in some revolutions it was connected also with a class discourse, another type of ideologies that gave it a broader meaning.
But even in those revolutions, the nation plays some role, right? It's not totally absent. It's the Belgian working class, or the Russian working class, and appealing to other working classes. So it's not as if it's totally absent. I think as long as we work within the frame of the state, we're kind of left with that vocabulary. And if we can move beyond the frame of the state, maybe, we can do it. But you can, just because you talk about class doesn't mean that you also don't have implicit notions of nation that are there as well. These are not necessarily exclusive categories. In fact, people belong to multiple categories. And, so that's what I would say, in answer to that. Yeah.
Thank you very much. I'll ask Andrea Graziosi, University of Naples, who is also with us about the historical perspective, maybe also on these questions about how issues of ideology, nationalism, the different type of changing revolutions have an impact.
Oh, this one, okay. So, yes, of course, I think we have in front of us two very interesting, although one is not nice at all, and I would say quite unexpected in the novelty phenomena. One is this new Russian ideology with power, which I think at the end one ends up discussing the most, because it's the one that goes around, kicking people and also acting, and which is a pity, because the Ukrainian phenomenon too is quite amazing, because given the history of Ukrainian nationalism, for example, Soviet experience and the weight of the Soviet experience, it was not written anywhere that instead Ukraine go the way it went. I I have the impression, though, that the real reason why at the end one speaks less of Ukraine than of Russia is that Russia very knew the result, the end result of the process, the ideology, the Putinist aggression. In Ukraine, the process is very new too, it's very interesting. The role of ideology, of more than a religion, language, the diaspora, the immigration experience. There are many of the legitimizing discourse that the state adopted. There are many quite interesting factors. But the end result of the Ukrainian, let's say, past 25 years is an ideology that up to this moment, because history is an open-ended process, as everybody knows, it's very normal for us. They pretend, they do actually, they fight for this ideology. So they believe in things we believe in, at least I believe in. So it's not so interesting from this point of view. I'm saying openly, I would be happy to fight with them, but it's not something that interests me scientifically. Putin is very interesting. I think we undervalued and misunderstood it for many years. So I think it deserves some attention. And that's what he said. Because it's true, I agree with what he said. But still, the normal European experience with nation was ethno-nationalism, the continent. And the Soviet Union was a very sophisticated construction in which ethno-nationalism was used for the republic, but not for the federal, which had no ethnic name for a reason. It was. At the same time, though the Russian Republic too was conceived as an ethnic republic, it was not. In the sense that no Russian party, no Russian Academy of Science. So was, at the same time, while Ukraine was supposed to be a socialist ethno-nation, Russia and the Soviet Union was supposed to be a federal, non-ethnic socialist nation. Russia was what? Was something that was open to both in a way, was not defined. And I think that, in a way, what happened, especially when Stalin changed, due to many things we cannot discuss here, in the mid-30s especially, and then after World War II, in a way, Soviet Union became a sort of Russia, though it was not said openly. You know that Stalin in his youth called Russia a continent with its own peoples. Stalin was a Mazzini follower when he was young, as everybody. Was an ardent nationalist, Georgian nationalist. Then he became a communist, and they started to use this idea that Russia was a continent with its own peoples. That is a Ruski Mir, one would say today. It was opposed to Europe, and Lenin, after a big fight, we all know this, convinced him that instead they needed something without the Russia adjective in the name, the Union of Socialists, Federation of Socialist Republic. Still, I would say that between the mid-30s and the World War II and the result of World War II, the Soviet Union, in Stalin's mind, but also in many ways, became a sort of Ruski Mir, at least in the mind of many leaders. For example, when Beria tried to revert this after 1953, it was very rapidly eliminated. Revert in a non-Russian way. And we know now that the Russian party, as it was called, always had its representative in the Politburo up to 1991. So I will just discuss two, three things, just list, not discuss. So we have a Ruski Mir that, not completely, but informally, was called the Soviet Union, or vice versa. And an ideology which in many different forms maintain this. At the same time, another thing we have not to forget, because it helps explain why in the 90s this feeling grew, not only among Russians, but among many. If you read the memoirs of the participants to the Bielo-Vieja Agreement, all of them regret the Soviet Union. All of them say this was terrible, that we have to but it is unavoidable. We cannot maintain the Soviet Union, but we all regret. I just joke, I have a good friend in Moscow, Babionifesh Maksudov, maybe. He was one of the first the great demographer that discovered the Holodomor and the other things. And he couldn't speak English after 30 years in the Soviet Union. He was a dissident. They said, why don't you speak English? He said, because I want to go back but you can go back now. The Soviet Union is no more there. They said, but I want to go back to the good Soviet Union. So actually, even the Soviet idea was an embryo of something and was shared. So there were the basis for many different evolution, I think, in the 90s. The event of the 90s, to me, are clear. The thing I would insist is that it was easy, relatively easy. I now say this after discovering it, but to see that Putin belonged precisely to this and was very ideological since the very beginning. The example I always give, in 2005, he brought back to Moscow the body of Ilyin and Denikin. To bring back to Moscow the body of Ilyin and Denikin, you have to prepare at least 2-3 years, because nobody's going to give you the body of Denikin in the States or Ilyin, and you have to make preparation with the Donskoy monastery. So maybe 1 year before, after becoming president, he started to contact people to get these bodies back, and possibly he already decided to. He already had this in his mind before, most probably. So I don't know if you have ever read Ilyin, but Ilyin is precisely the thinker of anti-Western, Ruski Mir, Russia, not as an empire in a bad sense, but as a continent of peoples hierarchically ordained by Moscow on moral basis. This is the anti-Western turn of the white movement in the 30s and 40s. I think he had these ideas. The Ruski Mir, after all, the foundation is 2007, so this meant this. So it was not a pragmatic, as we were sold, but he was pragmatic in the sense he thought that the West was stronger than he was. So he humble. After 2008, after the financial crisis, after the weakness of Obama foreign policy, after what happened, make many examples, and especially after the big delusion of 2014 with Yanukovych, he decided he could act, and is acting on the basis of this program. So the program is, and with this I finish, is not a national program in the ethno-national sense. What it tries to build, and the name Eurasiatic Union, I think, is very significant. And this shows that the enemy is the European Union. It's not. And the fact that you are opposing and that the corrupted European Union is taking your territory, that's also values. And I think that is, let's say, we had a discussion at lunch, that it is an imperial in a very wide sense, I wouldn't call it an empire. It's a world organized around Moscow on hierarchical lines of peoples that are respected. I remind you that Putin is not anti-Semitic, that Shoigu is probably of a shamanic, whatever, creed, family, that Lavrov is, in fact, an Armenian. So it's not an ethnic nationalism at all. It is Russo-centric, very much so. And in this world, it's true that it goes beyond the Soviet, of which you take only Stalin, because he, in a way, that's why Ilyin, I think, is so significant. In a way, one could maintain it as Alexander III kind of Russian vision, and this is explained also his proximity to the Russian Orthodox Church. The Russian people is a tripartite people. So Ukrainians can exist only as a manifestation of Russians. That's it. And if somebody is taking, and Denikin refused to use the word Ukraine. Name was the white literature, you cannot find it. So I think we are before a very interesting ideological concoction, and I agree with what was said this morning by Silvio, that it has not the strength to carry this over. But I always remember as a historian that Mussolini declared war to the United States of America, not the United States of America declared war to Italy. So this happens. It so happens that crazy people that believe that they have the strength do things that do not work for them, fortunately, but provoke a lot of. This is my first take. I would say that we are before a very radical, very the whole of the world, how we should work, animated by very strong ideology, which we need to fight, because when you have this phenomenon in history, you need to fight them.
I think in these 2 days we discussed a lot of turning points, and it was mentioned in particular the financial crisis. Andrea presented more the continuities on which this turning point could say rely upon in order to take a path that's go into some different directions. And yesterday and this morning, we mentioned, but not going in depth, the socioeconomic side. I wanted to ask
Yes. Now, socioeconomically, it's quite difficult to define the post-Soviet space and its relation to the rest of the world, because it's a bit of a concoction. Some researchers have tried to classify its variety of capitalism now, of course not socialism anymore. Mostly they use terms such as hybrid, patchwork capitalism. You know the jokes about hell being where the mechanic is Italian, the policeman is German, and so on and so forth. Everything. And it's the same concoction of the worst possible institutions, but in different combinations, a little bit differently, country by country. Yeah, yes, the cook is English and so on. And the same day you have a bit of Italian state, a bit of hyper-liberalism, a bit of corruption, a bit of corporatism, all mixed up. However, maybe another way to define it is the relations of these economic areas with the rest of the world. And here, I mean, one thing which I think is important in these 2 days is one point that is mentioned in the description of our 2 days of reflection about this, the fact that the Baltic Republic only the Baltic Republic succeeded in achieving, at the same time, independence and democratization with eventual integration in the EU. And there is a paradox there behind. And clearly the Baltics are also the overlapping of the post-Soviet and the European Union, so 3 little countries, but quite significant. And the paradox is that on one side, while admitting that Western democracy has a lot of problems, that democracies are able to do horrible things, if we compare democracy and the economy, yes, those who had entered the country, the post-socialist country and the post-Soviet country that entered the European Union have clearly diverged from the other ones. It wasn't immediately visible. In the 90s, the intensification of work involved by integration with the West involved quite a lot of big social crises in those countries that are now successful, Poland, Hungary, the Baltics in particular. So more work accidents, more unemployment, more homeless people and so on. But eventually, if we look at now, 30 years later, well, yes, these countries are democratic, not all functioning. Bulgaria has an election every 3 months. and has had 5 and will have the 6th, but still, but they don't fight, they don't, nobody dies, so it's still better Bulgaria than even the worst, let's say, EU countries, which is Bulgaria, is better than the best of the non-EU member states. Economically also, in the UK, there is a big psychodrama at the moment because on the current linear trends by 2030, Poland overtakes economically the United Kingdom. Obviously, that is based on the assumption for linear trends, but if it is not 2030, it will be 2040. So that the trend is quite clear. So that is even a second additional, even stronger demonstration that there is something that works in the European Union, because not only the post-Soviet countries that are not in the EU do worse, but even the Western ones, once they leave the European Union, fall behind Poland. However, the big paradox is that if you look at the societies, that's not exactly like this. And there you have the countries which are exactly the most successful in terms of following the Western European Union reforms in the 90s, those which have most eagerly entered the European Union, now changing their mind. So what is this paradox? The European Union looks beautiful from the outside, but once people are in, they start being quite annoyed. Right yesterday, for the first time, the polls were published, the opinion polls that regularly run on the opinions on the European Union for Poland, and for the first time last month in April, those against the European Union have been more than those in favor in Poland. So, these are countries that have benefited from the European Union and they are not happy. Now, what is going on in the countries that have welcomed Western investment, that have done all the neoliberal reforms they had to do, and so on? Now they vote for governments that are anti-European Union. They clearly distinguish themselves from what was supposed to be the European social model, and even the population are not happy. In addition, I would say that although the European Union, and this is the second side of this big paradox, although people outside the European Union still all want to get in, so it's a house, everybody wants to get in, and once they are in, they start not liking the smell, we don't know, but they really don't like it. Even those who look at European Union from the outside, they are in a situation which is not very nice, clearly, and that's not just Ukraine. It's basically all of the European Union neighborhood. There's very big problems. So even if we accept the good part of the paradox, the European Union somehow works well. Well, it does work well, but at the cost of pushing, externalizing all uncertainty, instability, and problems just outside the southern border of the European Union, as well as the eastern border of the European Union. Basically, there is no one border which is, working nicely, whether the West Balkans, whether Eastern Europe, whether North Africa. So how can we combine the situation of something that economically, politically, institutionally seems to be fantastic, and socially seems to be more and more unstable? Well, I think that here is where the social foundation of democracy and of what has been defined in many ways during the 20th century, welfare capitalism or the social market economy and so on, this aspect is at the same time neglected by politics and hugely important for understanding both the frustration that happens in the new member states of the European Union and the insecurity and fear that is felt in the old member states of the European Union, and the instability in the countries which are outside the European Union. All three have these things in common. They are all inserted in value chains that are not socially regulated. They don't have democratic forms of involvement and decision-making. They don't have industrial policies. And therefore, on one side, People are insecure because they lose jobs and because they're migrants. So a direct effect of enlarging European Union has been of making the European Union smaller, because the UK left as a direct effect of the enlargement. In the new member states, the richer they are, the more frustrated they are, because people think in relative terms, and what they are given is maybe money and jobs, sure, but much different than what was expected 30 years ago. And the mark of what I mentioned before, the transition crisis in the early 90s marked really the consciousness of people, so that most people in Poland still believe that it was a disaster, even if all economists tell them, no, look, you have to believe the chart, everything is good. But they remember those couple of years, and they will not forget those couple of years of social disaster, and the frustration of being always in a dependent position, so having more jobs, but never really in control of research and development, of investment, of industrial policy, and so on. And in the last step, you have the countries which are linked to the value chains of the global economy, but it's in a position which is more dependent and more unstable, because there are still barriers that can be politically changed at any time. Therefore, we have this construction that may be good if you look at it on one side. It is bad if you look at it from the inside, but overall doesn't look very, very sustainable. Without a longer-term industrial and social policy that provides some security, even at the cost of some economic growth, you will have these trends of further nationalism and populism on both sides of the border of the European Union that will I fear, go on like this. And the similarity, the increasing similarity between politics in Italy and in Poland is just one example of that.
Thank you, Guglielmo. So, continuing reflecting on these continuities and changes, they say enlargement cum neoliberalism produced insecurity and dissatisfactions, that then the financial crisis contributed to escalate, also into populism and nationalism as a sort of response to dissatisfactions, but not a necessary one, because the response to dissatisfaction could be also a sort of class struggles or reorganizations of labor or a social type of fight. Going to the political economy side of the coin, which type of developments also in capitalism in the regions can be cited in order to explain these directions that the connections of nationalism, lack of perceived alternatives. Mario Chianti.
Thank you, Donatella. I will bring a political economy perspective to this discussion, building on what Guglielmo Meardi has already presented in terms of the insecurity and the uncertainty of the broader context. Our two starting points are that we had 2 days for discussing the lack of transition of the former Soviet Union and its space to a model of liberal democracy, but there was indeed a transition to capitalism and the full integration in the world economy, and at the same time the creation of economic elite controlling the economy, which is also a major political and social change in the structure of that area. How do we understand Russia today in the world economy? My argument is that we can understand Russia as a semi-peripheral economy in the world hierarchy, characterized by a major crisis in the transition years, then a very slow and uneven growth. If we look at IMF data for 2023,
which are basically expectation grounded on previous years. We have a GDP of Russia of less than $5,000 billion calculated in purchasing power parity, so we avoided the distortion brought by the ruble collapse. In per capita terms, Russia is 47th in the world country list and has a huge inequality. The top 10% has 50% of income. Compare that to Germany, compare Russia and Germany. Germany has 10% more GDP, twice as much the per capita income, and a much less level of inequality. China is more than 6 times the size of the Russian economy and is catching up in terms of per capita income. So these are some basic starting points. What is the economic structure? It's characterized by very strong international openness, a dependence on raw materials export, oil and gas in particular, a massive outflows of capital, very fast at the beginning of the transition, but then has continued all over the time, controlled basically by a group, an economic elite, we can call them oligarchs, which are fully integrated in the Western financial system. The Washington Post report, based on the Pandora Papers about financial flows, stated that basically, 1 trillion in Russian wealth is in offshore companies, and is estimated that the amount of financial wealth held abroad by rich Russian is the same amount of the entire Russian financial wealth held inside the country. So we are talking about a rentier economy in terms of the oil wealth, a complete lack of domestic investment, a complete weakness of the industrial base, and we know that more recently Putin has been pushing a turnover of the oligarchs, favoring a new generation of nationalist oligarchs as opposed to the old ones. On top of this, we have a very important dimension of the Russian and previously the Soviet story is the military might. According to the CIPRI data just released, referring to 2022, we have a military expenditure of $877 billion in the US. 1/10 of that is the Russian expenditure. So Russia is spending 1/10 of the US military expenditure, and is a little bit more of the UK alone. At the same time, Russia, as we all know, is the second nuclear superpower, and the war in Ukraine has introduced changes, both empowering the military, but also showed the shortcomings and the lack of functioning of this system. Is this an economic base for the empire, going back to our yesterday discussion? Clearly, there is no economic base in Russia for a role of global power, and there is a lot of continuity with the characteristics and distortion of the Soviet heritage in economic terms. What we find is a weak base for a regional, national, or continental, whatever you want to call it, empire, basically a state which exerts control over its own territory with a lot of confusion at its borders. But at the same time, the high integration in global finance, the lack of domestic capabilities in what is important in the economy today, technology, digital capabilities, advanced manufacturing, advanced services, domestic finance, domestic consultants, and so on. All these things, you cannot find them there. And this means that there is a strong dependence from the outside, basically from the center of the world economy, Western Europe, but even the US, in financial and technological terms. The domestic picture of this economic structure is still characterized by a dominance of the old military industry of Soviet times, which gave the ability to produce tanks, but we know that tanks don't win wars anymore, but still the economic and social structure of the country is still shaped by this world. So you use the rent from oil and gas exports to support military spending, to support some level of welfare and public expenditure and employment, and for consumption of the middle classes. But this is a recipe for complete stagnation and increasing marginalization in the hierarchy. At the same time, what we have seen since the war is a certain degree of resilience facing sanctions and facing the war. So there has been less inflation than expected, less fall of imports, less fall of exports, and less collapse of the currency than could have been expected. So, so in this sense, we have external weaknesses, a country characterized by old and bad specialization of the economy, very little opportunities to upgrade its position in the world economy, so occupies a weak position in the international context. And also internally, there has been a very slow recovery after the tragic collapse of the transition. You remember the collapse of the average age of the population, the record number of deaths, the collapse of the economy, and so on. And there is a persistence of high inequality, little redistribution, little opportunities for progress, which are perceived by a large majority of the population. So this brings a lot of conflicts. What are the political consequences of this? Clearly, elite struggles. Putin is eliminating a part of the pro-Western oligarchs and is developing a new type of nationalist elite. But this brings new sources of discontent. In my perspective, we can consider the nationalist and authoritarian turn in Russia as elsewhere also as a reflection not only of the historical and political factors that you have already been discussing the last 2 days, but as a reflection of the failed economic model, of the weaknesses, of the structural weaknesses of this semi-peripheral position and the lack of opportunities for progress. In my view, we can read a lot of cases of nationalism and war, and sometimes the rise of fascism, as stories where economic decline, the impasse of the economic model, the widespread discontent is an important factor, a breeding ground for these dynamics. Clearly, the Yugoslavian wars is an important case. Yugoslavia had 10 years of declining real incomes per capita before the dissolution of former Yugoslavia, and Francesco Strazzari can tell us more about this. He has been very active in that area. So, and a lot of cases of the rise of fascism in political terms are rooted in similar dynamics of economic decline and social discontent. By the way, this has some implication on the alternatives for the Russian political leadership. What are the alternatives to Putin's leadership within the Russian elite if these dynamics is taken seriously? Clearly, there are talks about the important power of the Wagner Group in political terms, not just in military terms, and the risk of an even harder version of nationalism or fascism in the country characterized by possible military defeat is an important part of the story. And we have many antecedents in Europe of these dynamics. So what is the international position in real terms of Russia? So Russia has clearly the economic base for being a regional power with nuclear weapons, which complicates the picture, but is a country in desperate need for integration. The structural characteristic of Russia means that Russia is relevant only if it is integrated with someone. Without integration, there is this vicious circle of internal decline and nationalism. What does it mean, economic integration in economic terms? Complementarities. Okay? A raw material producer, an energy producer without a manufacturing industry is complementary to the rest of Europe. And this was the story of the last 100 years. But if Europe rejects this strategy of possible complementarity and integration, the other option could become China, of course, which has the same complementarity in potential terms. But so this is a political choice that has to be made. In political terms, integration, what does it mean? Clearly, downplaying and reducing, downscaling the importance of the military dimension and the role of nuclear power in particular, but this means that you have to develop a set of political arrangements which reorganize, reshape the international order, both at the regional and at the global level, downplaying the military dimension and strengthening the political dimension of relationships and political arrangements. This was Gorbachev's ideas, which the West did not pick up. This was the idea of the Olof Palme Commission on Common Security, which in the 80s gave the framework for building a security arrangement of stability in Europe. And I'm afraid that we have to go back to these challenges. Are these not new things? No, we have been there before in 1989, but we have also been there in 1919, more than 100 years ago. And I am really fond of John Maynard Keynes' booklet, The Economic Consequences of the Peace, written in 1919, after the tragic outcome of the Versailles Treaty, ending World War I. And I have a couple of quotes. Few of us realize the intensely unusual, unstable, complicated, unreliable, temporary nature of the economic organization by which Western Europe has lived for the last half-century. But these words could apply to the post-Cold War years and the lack of a construction of an arrangement. I have a lot of interesting other quotes by Keynes, but I leave that for the second round.
Thank you very much, Mario. And you mentioned security, and we reach with this word the intervention of Francesco Strazzari from the Scuola Superiore Sant'Anna. And I wanted to address you connected questions. We have been focusing on failures and partial failure of democratizations in Russia and in Ukraine. And but we have been looking less at the dynamics of the war itself, and also to the fact that war implies and interactions between different players. And in a relational perspective, it is particularly important to look also from the military point of view at the other players that also Mario just mentioned. The West, but also the southern part of the globe.
Yes, thank you, Donatella. Yes, I was nodding when Mario was mentioning the Yugoslav case, the 10 years of declining economic conditions and stalling, if not bankruptcy, because the news that came out this week quite clearly is that there are at least 6 regions in Russia that have exhausted all reserves, and they're completely bankrupt, which is something that doesn't necessarily deterministically show an outcome, but it's part of a path which is relatively clear at this point. And I do believe that we need to look a bit at the military dimension of all this, both in terms of military events, how the battlefield speaks to the political configurations we analyzed, and also in terms of state-society relations. What are the implications of dynamics of militarization that are pretty visible? Militarization and paramilitarization, given the nature of this war, not only in Ukraine and in Russia, but also on a wider context, given the soar in military spending beyond the capacity of spending itself that we observe even in Western Europe. I mean, there's one aspect here that war is bringing back armed nationalism, which is something that we believed belonged to the 20th century somehow, and we were on the verge of overcoming. And we can say that Putin, by risking a lot, demonstrated that he masters what can be defined Thanatopolitics, the most modern politics of death form or formula in an area of border where the European flag is waving as of 2 days ago, May 9th, in Kiev. And if the European Union is an hypothesis developed to overcome this modern idea through policies, including the neighborhood policies that were inspired to a post-sovereign vision, it is precisely on that border, or perhaps we can call it frontier, because there's a number of areas of exception, and frontier is closer to what I would like to talk a bit about, which is also the colonial dimension or post-colonial dimension of this conflict, that it is in that area that we see the clashing of two different logics. The way of living through that border or building the border on the Russian side been always through dynamics of control, territory control, and provocation and marking territory, typical of nationalism. And what we see is that the entire policy of neighborhood that the European Union has been deploying, I remember from the Prodi Commission, that defining both the southern and the eastern neighborhood as same as the European Union, but for the membership. Well, we're far away from that idea. If we look at the way the border is functioning in terms of migration dynamics, let's remember how the invasion started just before with the crisis, the refugee crisis at the border between Belarus and Poland, with a number of dynamics escalating on building fences for years and years and years. So the way that border and the different logics around that border have been functioning, I think it says something about also this line of distinction and where Russia as a constitutive other, to take an expression from Iver Neumann, keeps playing an important role, also in terms of politics of imaginary, also in terms of the way the geopolitic doctrine, which is back for yet another revival in discussing international politics, how it functions, how it creates an argumentative repertoire, which is in large use even in countries like Italy that are far away from the front line. As far as the front line itself is concerned, I mean, we can talk a lot about the way Ukraine failed to demilitarize in terms of the role of the military and paramilitaries in society. But what we have seen in the past 8 years at least is that from voluntary to paramilitary to increasingly integrated corps inside the military itself, there has been a transformation of the relationship between society and the army through metaphors of altruism, vitalism that go back to the early proto-fascist, if you wish, rhetorics that we have seen in 1919, when in the famous moment in Italy and in Europe, and that I think is important because it will have a legacy. We are going to see kind of volunteers who become commanders, who take some ranking, and then they will have a political role after the war. It happens so everywhere. It happened there in the Balkans, and why shouldn't it happen in Ukraine? And that is something which I see as worth some underlining, because the logic by which the Ukrainian democracy, and by democracy here we take a lot of grains of salt, but the idea that to a large extent Ukraine remains a country where power could be contended over 30 years out of different logics, but it could be contended, unlike in other post-Soviet states. What we see is that the space of democracy, which is now suspended, the way it will go back eventually will depend a lot on the type of compromise that we will see in the next few months. Because by the time a compromise will loom, the national unity that we see today exhibited, and we know that there are a number of areas of different groups, interests behind that, will manifest itself as not be so unitary in intent. And we need to see to what extent there will be some space for pluralism, or to what extent there will be some semi-authoritarian or nationalist consensus and the form it will take. Now, why is that important? Because part of the debate today, and I think this is important because it has a reflection or reverberation in the West, something important which is happening also, and especially among Ukrainian intellectual students and colleagues, is a revival, or let's say a use, which is sometimes instrumental for reasons that are quite obvious, of the post-colonial critique. That is, looking and taking arguments from the struggle against imperial powers, the power of the strongest, the arrogance of an imperial neighbor, to craft an argumentative repertoire that builds the cause of resistance. This has reached sometimes points of paradox. Chancellor Scholz, who is criticized for a number of what are perceived to be hesitations in lending weapons and so on, criticized for using, for showing solidarity with Odessa with double S instead of one S only. Now, it looks like a small thing, but it raises a deeper question, which is, to what extent does the strong emphasis on identity, which is reflected in a number of provisions that are being taken about language, toponomastics, and so on, to what extent is that in line with an idea of democracy, citizenship, and so on, in a pluralistic fashion, that upon which Europe, after 2 world wars, built its own sense of mission and purpose? Is that an area which is open to discussion? Does the cause of resistance of Ukraine need also the support of those that write Odessa with double S, because they have read Isaac Babel and they do believe that Odessa is a cosmopolitan city? Or, as it sometimes takes a very polemic argument, are we to concede that, given the circumstances and so on, even in terms of political or cultural politics, everything has to be condoned, and there is no space for criticism? Is it possible to shift back attention on question of social transformation, social change, economic, et cetera, These are questions that are there, and the solution of militarizing the issue is not something that can last long. If it does last, we still have a problem which is even bigger, perhaps. So I do believe that these are elements which are important. Let me conclude by raising a couple of other smaller points, perhaps, which have to do with the fact that if we look at the longer trajectory of Ukraine, it is quite clear that there have been a number of crucial points in which Ukraine was somehow, maybe incidentally, in a moment in the news, in a moment in which we were discussing world order issues. And I think this is something that cannot be reduced to a problem of Europe versus Russia, US, Atlantic Alliance, and so on. There is a question about world ordering here, which is also partially through the use of arguments that borrow from the post-colonial critique, but not only through that, where we see the soldering of impatience, discontent with American hegemony. And Mario just showed to us that from the point of view of Susan Strain's structural power, there is no doubt that the US is a hegemon right now. There's no numbers would prove anything else, including the fact that we're speaking in English today. So the agenda is set somehow.
But with the British accent.
With the British accent. But if that is true, it is also true that there are powerful movements that war in Ukraine somehow reverberates. Among the others, we have 19 countries that are applying for entering the BRICS today, and right now it is happening. And the BRICS, we know, are not a formal organization. It's just a club starting from a very kind of ephemeral definition at the time, but still something is happening in terms of the way in which political imagination, geopolitical imagination are being articulated. And I think this is an important aspect. I mean, let's remember the way politics in Ukraine intertwine with politics in the US. starting from the famous chicken speech by George Bush in Kiev in 1991, just weeks before the first Gulf War. Let's remember Trump and Zelensky and the domestic implication. Let's remember yesterday Zelensky saying war will be over by the next American elections. I mean, there is a number of ways in which what we're talking about has much wider reverberation, which include, of course, the role of China. I do believe, ultimately, that China is extremely worried about what seems to be something hardly contendable, that is, that Russia is doomed to lose badly, militarily speaking. There are, of course, a number of points of uncertainty, but also from what I've gathered by talking to military trainers and those who have, let's say, an eye on the way the tactics of the counteroffensive are being prepared, I do think that Russia doesn't stand a chance to be able to withstand beyond a certain point. We don't know where the point of inflection is. We don't know exactly the implications. Certainly, as an authoritarian regime, there will be political implications inside. And I think China is extremely worried about that. And that also explains much of the ambiguity China shows in terms of personal and political relations vis-à-vis Russia, which have more to do with its broader projection than with a genuine alliance with such an uncomfortable neighbor. I would stop here for now.
Thank you, Francesco. And before second round, giving the floor back to the participants in the round table to also discuss each other's points of view, I wanted to open to the discussions also to the public. Ali? You have a mic. The mic is here. You, please, freedom of speech.
I was thinking the whole day, particularly today, allow me, a lot of what have been said on the past of the post-Soviet nations is quite similar, or at least resonating a lot with the collapse of the Ottoman Empire. And it is very interesting to see that it's not coming into the debate, because yes, it was a century ago, but it's not that far away. Like, we are still living the consequences of it. And it's almost the same structural problems. You have an overstretched empire, weak in terms of technology, or at least behind in terms of technological innovations, suffering a lot with its military organizations. Its peripheries or main peripheries are either revolting or trying to have some kind of semi-independence, a lot of internal revolts, a lot of ethnic conflicts, and you have the same dilemma of the Russian question, which is, are we in front of a nationalism, like with the Turks, particularly with the Turks, or it's something that is more an empire. In this sense, we have a kind of, I wouldn't say a reproduction of historical sequence from the past, because like history doesn't repeat itself, but it's alerting to see what kind of unfolding are we witnessing. And it, like the presentation of Pianta, of course I am biased, but it's very similar to what could have been said on the economic and the political factors that undermined the Ottoman Empire. Another thing which interesting to see a kind of also a sequence, like let's look on the fight. How did it take sequence in the last years? Started with Georgia, then it moved to Libya, where the Europeans took over completely the territory from the Russians. Then a benchmark was Syria, because the Russians said, no, we are not going to get out of the Mediterranean completely. You are uprooting us completely from the region. So they intervened massively in Syria, and out of certain military arrangements. In this sense, the Russians were more successful because their fight with the terrorism to not overstretch themselves in city battles, so they proved to make some kind of brilliant advancement with organizing their military intervention in Syria. But then the move, which is quite alerting from someone from the south like me, the battle went inside Europe. Usually, Europeans fight on our lands. They finish their problems in our territories. It's quite interesting to see how it moved from Syria to the heart of Europe. And this is, I would say, this should be a massive alert to what is happening. This kind of movement of the conflict from the south to the heart of the north is very interesting. Finally, how can we understand the process of neoliberalization in this sense? Is not allowing, like, since you mentioned the Balkans, stagnating, that is not really surviving. How can we integrate this in to understand, on one hand, we have a neoliberalization, complete failure of an empire, and the revival of nationalism slash fascism and so on. And it's, again, quite interesting because most of what have been said is a crisis of governmentality. Like when you were mentioning in the morning session, I think, all these things about border controlling after the collapse of the Soviet Union. How do we prevent waves of migration? All this, like, you can clearly see them all in the failure of the Ottoman Empire. Because, like,
Perfect. Thank you. I was even thinking about the failure of the Roman Empire, so I won't even. And I think there are connections. So, other? Thank you, Ali. Yes, Volit.
Yeah, I have a question to Mario, first of all. The question is basically why you still leave a question mark in the question Europe or China, because I think the choice was made already, and the Russian elite actually explicitly say that they orient towards China and they see this as a way of not simply of surviving, but actually of development. So they supply energy resources to China, which is supposed to replace the European markets. But China is also expected to help in modernization of economy. And so the question is, do you see any possibility for that? Because it has been known from earlier centuries that wars were a big driver for modernization of the states. And at least a part of the Russian elite actually does see the war as an opportunity, not simply as something that they got into and now they just need to surrender. A part of that elite, and probably Putin himself, sees this as an opportunity for breakthrough. Yeah, your thoughts on that? And maybe a comment on Andrea Graziosi's comparison between Putin and Mussolini, and whether we should see Putin as a yeah, but I mean, there is something. There is some fundamental issue there. Whether we truly would like to retrospectively interpret Putin's politics, starting from 20 or even 30 years ago, as an ideological project that kind of like leads to the culmination in the war, and now see this very early moves with Ilyin, with that as kind of like building to that as a manifestation of his deep beliefs that only now we finally understood, and before that we were just completely delusioned and misunderstood Russian politics completely. I mean, And comparison with Mussolini is actually very interesting, because when Mussolini became the Mussolini we know, before that he was a radical socialist activist. Once I actually saw the complete collection of works by Mussolini, and it's actually larger than Stalin's. No, let me finish about Mussolini. So before Mussolini became the Mussolini, he actually had written 11 volumes. How much Putin actually have written, and how much he has written himself, and not with help of his assistants. I mean, that's a person who has a deep ideological beliefs, who built the whole politics on ideology. It should be manifested in some way. And if Putin only in 2021 explicitly built some kind of like historical narrative about Russians and Ukrainians, this is one article, and before that it's everything we know, that sometimes he cites Ilyin, sometimes he cites Berdiaev, whatever, and in some conversation with the American president he mentioned that maybe Ukraine is not a real nation, and then a lot of big theories is built on that conversation that we actually know not so much. We know about that from some secondary interpretation. So, I mean, that's a comparison with Mussolini is very interesting, but it shows how different is actually Putin as those true believers of the ideological politics in the first half of the previous century.
Other comments? Yeah.
Thank you for the roundtable. It was very interesting. I have a question, actually, because yesterday we have spoken about the passive support that Putin enjoys, and that the politics, also the war, enjoys. I just wonder, where does this passive support comes from? Because, or better, how it is constructed, this passive support, because we have seen that at the political level there is much discontent, both coming from below and even intra-elite conflicts. At the economic level, the country is not performing so well. There are a lot of capitals invested abroad and lack of domestic investment. And so I wonder how he can enjoy such a passive support, which is something. It's not like, it's not opposition, I mean, if you might have an answer.
I have a question, and I also wanted to raise a point. A question is for Mario, actually, and it's about the division that you made in your presentation between old and new elites. I didn't, personally, I didn't really quite understand what you mean with that division, because if you, like, as for the economic elites, I think the line is, which is more or less what happened also between, at the time of the shift between Yeltsin and Putin, like whether people with a huge capital managed to integrate within the, let's say, European economic environment, or whether you were referring to like the warlords, as like they are sometimes very exotically defined, which is not the same as the so-called economic elites. So I just would like to ask you to clarify that point. And also, this is more like on the European side, but also this to me maybe can resonate with what Francesco said, but also with what Guglielmo said about populism and nationalism as response to dissatisfaction in the newly, in the new countries that enter the European Union. I think that a crucial conversation that the European Union is not openly having, I think, at the moment, but that we'll probably have to tackle soon, is a discussion that actually also emerged and was put into light since the beginning of the full-scale invasion. That is the question of the issue of the different political culture and the debate on the collective memories of different member states, especially from like the older member states and the most recently integrated member state. That also, of course, it's not only an issue of, well, a cultural issue, so to say, so how to build a community of people and nations that are actually harmoniously integrated, but it's mostly something that can somehow prevent, which is actually also preventing the formulation of shared policies in terms of defense, in terms of economic alliances, of transnational alliances, and so on. And wait, last point that I wanted to make on this, but it kind of slipped my mind. Yeah, no, that's, oh yes, and this also relates to the expectation that the different member states had at the moment when they entered the European Union, which, like, after very different political experiences, which I think is also one of the main drivers of these differences. And in that case, how can these, this is an open question that I ask to whoever will want to tackle it, but in that case, how can this conversation be brought about within the European Union, although maybe this goes a bit further the topics of the roundtable. Thank you.
Thank you, Maria Chiara. Just wanted to add the questions which relates with Daniela's one, because I think that there is something that we have not addressed yet, which is why was repression successful, both against the previous depoliticized movement and against the politicized one, because one of the main reasons for passive acceptance, research on other forms of authoritarian regimes told us is also a type of attitudes towards successful authoritarian leaders. So when repression is feared. Of course, the war also strengthened from this point of view an authoritarian regimes in the short term, because it becomes more difficult to express critique and so on. But I think that the broader question is how under these socioeconomic challenges, repression has been successful vis-à-vis movements that were quite widespread at a certain point. Adding this. And there are no other questions. I give the floor back in the same order. So, Mark.
Okay. Since I didn't go through a big spiel before, I'll say a little bit to some of the issues that were brought up. But first of all, I want to raise the issue of what might the war, an end to this war, look like? What can we imagine as an end to this war? Because it does seem, in some ways, at this point at least, it means it's hard to imagine exactly how it would end. I think we're all expecting, that there's going to be a major counteroffensive that will have some degree of success, but we don't really know what the degree of success of that will be. It's quite possible that it would stop short of reclaiming all the lands that have been occupied. It's also quite possible that Ukraine will start to feel pressures from its Western military suppliers not to reclaim all of the lands that have been occupied. One can imagine also what would be the consequences of a lost war. I want to talk about what the consequences of a won war would be for Ukraine. But what would be the consequences of a lost war for Putin and for the regime in Russia? And, if we look at history, at least, lost wars, we haven't had that many international wars since the end of World War II, but we've had some. But even if we look back in history and after that, lost wars have often been periods of, great instability. And it's very difficult for regimes to maintain themselves in the wake of a lost war. The only way I can imagine that would happen would be through even some more severe repression, You know, so when Saddam Hussein, for instance, lost the war against Iran, the consequence was, you know, quite catastrophic for the Iranian population, particularly for those who sought to contest the Iranian regime. So, and you can go through other examples like that. So, Argentina, most regimes that lose, you know, foreign wars have a difficult time sustaining themselves unless they engage in really harsh repression. You know, we ought to contemplate a little bit what the consequences of that would be inside Russia, what instability inside Russia on that scale would be. It would not be a good thing, undoubtedly, for the rest of the world. I think that there will be significant pressure for a compromise of some sort at some point in time, which will at least allow Putin to claim something out of this, right? So he will at least have to claim Crimea, I would think. And we don't really know whether how far the Ukrainian army will be able to advance down Crimea. Crimea is not, particularly the southern part of Crimea, is not an easy place to have to fight battles because it's quite mountainous. The northern part, or from anywhere from that mountain range northward is pretty easy, pretty flat. But nevertheless, you know, that's going to be a touch point to some extent. To what extent do you allow Putin some face-saving way out in order to prevent the instability that might occur as a result of a complete loss on the part of the Russian army? Now, again, we're speculating about what might happen, but it does look like Russia is kind of in difficult straits. I mean, you know, Russia depends on weapons components that it simply cannot obtain in order to produce its own weapons. Its weapons production capacity is really degraded. It was degraded on the eve of the war. The weapons industries were not capable of producing large amounts of weapons. They cannot resupply the tanks that they've lost and things like that. It takes them, they can make maybe 26 tanks in a year. And they lost more than that in one battle, you know. So it's not looking good for the Russian side. And we ought to contemplate, as I'm saying, kind of what the implications of that would be. And then, of course, there's the issue, what can the Ukrainians accept? And what can they accept less than, you know, total reclaiming of the territory that's been taken? And, you know, here I think that there can be some kind of compromise. And I believe that the real issue for Ukraine, and this will be divisive within the post-war Ukraine for sure, whatever the outcome of the war was. But, you know, having that security guarantee of Ukraine through NATO membership as a critical kind of, you know, touch point for ceding, let's say, some territory that would allow Putin to walk away feeling like he has gained something out of this whole adventure. So to me, and you know, I was asked by, I think it was Foreign Affairs magazine to talk about what I envision, how do I envision, you know, how this war would end. That's the only way I can see it ending without it being entirely, you know, catastrophic. You know, then what happens in Ukraine afterwards? Well, that's going to be very controversial in Ukraine, if that does occur. Plus, there's the fact that, as I indicated before, you know, in my presentation, it's been the war, it's been the Russian invasion, it's been the Russian wars in the east, in Donbass, and the seizure of Crimea that has consolidated Ukrainian identity to the extent that it has consolidated. It's been a negative identity, basically, you know, fostered by the fact that Ukrainians don't want to be controlled by and large, don't want to be controlled by Russia. That the destruction that Russia has engaged in, the repression that Russia has engaged in those areas, has mobilized Ukrainians. But that covers over a lot, and people talk about the miracle of the consolidation of the Ukrainian nation in the context of this war. Well, I think just, talking with people, there's a lot that still is going on in terms of the divisions within Ukraine. And once the war ends, those divisions are going to come to the fore. They have traditionally been regional in character. Zelensky transcended them for a moment, but, I don't know that it's possible beyond Zelensky to continue to transcend them. He's a kind of unique figure that was able to do that. So, after the war, Ukrainian politics is going to become much more fissured, much more divisive, and the issue of the end of the war, however it ends, is going to be there, most likely. Because I do have a feeling that, eventually Western powers, Europe, the United States, will intervene to try to settle this once it sort of takes a turn towards Ukraine. So then, what happens in Russia? Last thing I'll talk about. And again, I'm just speculating, but you can call it informed speculation. In Russia, Putin's not a young guy anymore. People are already trying to think about what's going to happen after Putin. We don't know how long he will last, but there's a lot of jockeying that's going on within Russia today. And we have these militias that have emerged, which I find pretty scary as possibilities. But, there is also very strong security elite that's there that has played a role in Russian politics, a critical role in Russian politics in the past. And I suspect that they are also going to be playing, and I shouldn't even talk about them in the singular because they are multiple security elites, which are in competition with one another, which also can come into play. I don't think Prigozhin, for instance, is his own actor. I think Prigozhin has connections with the GRU myself, because in his actions in Africa, they have largely been coordinated with the GRU. So that's one portion of the security elite. So there is, I think, in Russia, a great possibility for fissure and for a conflict that's just lurking there. And so perhaps getting this war settled before those fully come into play would be a good thing.
Let's hope to organize soon a conference also on the post-war. Andrea.
Yes, first of all, I will restate that this was not a comparison between Putin and Mussolini. I never intended to make it. It was a joke. So I will not discuss this because I think there is no comparison possible. I think Marx said some very, reasonable things about possible events, but they're speculation. I will add that I very much hope that we were at the point in which we could discuss this. I'm much less optimistic than Francesco is about victory, about the fact that it's coming, about the counteroffensive. Frankly, I believe this is not yet here. This is my personal feeling. I may be pessimistic. I'm famous for being pessimistic, but I don't see this at all. I would rather imagine using tactical atomic bomb in case of an offensive to Crimea, personally, for example. Very much possible. Because you don't know. Even the invasion was not to be there, the Donbass was not to be there, Crimea was not to be there, everything has been there. Don't know. So what I would like to comment on, starting from Putin, I believe Putin believes to be very unlucky, extremely unlucky. He believed that Biden was a weakling, that the European Union would, would not follow Biden. And I believe he's still, and I think this is why they are holding and will hold. I think it's still, not because I think, because when you read what the Russians say, they still think about the American election. They still think about the European Union breaking somehow, France, any place else. So I think that the real thing that is interesting for us, because there's the only thing that practically, I think the only thing we can do now is not speculating, but because of course, if there was a victory, there is a problem of integrating Ukraine, of preventing the bad consequences of the war to influence Ukrainian politics, of preventing Russia from exploding. But these are, let's say, when we win, we will discuss this. How we win, if we win, because, for example, again, possibly a freezing of the whole thing is more probable than a clear victory. Point of view, nothing of this will happen. I think this is what we could concentrate upon, besides fighting, of course, the people. Is that this is a real challenge for Europe. For the United States, it's different. They have their own problem, but it's for us. And I think what we should concentrate upon is the challenge, even analytical, political, that this all creates and puts before us. And I think the challenge is huge because for example, I think if Francesco was too optimistic with this victory coming soon, when we will get worried about Ukrainian nationalism, I think you are very, if I understood correctly, I may have misunderstood, that we have to sacrifice part of the economic growth in order to give some sort. There is no economic growth at the moment. What there is the consequence of the special money that was spent. Once the money is over, this economic growth in Europe, God knows, it's not so clear. That is, it's not that we are in a moment of history in Europe in which there is a lot amount of growth that we are fighting with a lot of financial problem and so on and so forth. And so the discontent is not just in Poland, in Hungary. The discontent is in Italy. In Italy, we have a situation that is insane. If somebody would have told me 3 years ago, I would not have believed. In France, the situation is really, we are not speaking about Poland and Hungary. The UK left. This is a huge defeat for Europe already. Huge. We already lost the UK. Also, there was optimism. Again, I'm a pessimist, so it's easy for me to criticize. So are we really called to decide if Russia has to go with China or with us? China has already bought Russia at the moment with the great consent of the Russian elite. If this Russian elite is defeated, we may hope. We are very able, and we win the challenge today, to build a Europe in which Russia can re-enter, a new Russia. But at the moment, and this is why China is not putting any effort into peace, because for her, there is economic damage, but the political victory of getting China, of getting Russia for China is the biggest political victory ever. Decoupling Russia from Europe with all the resources and Siberia and even if I lose the German markets, who cares? I will have oil and gas and whatever for the next. This is my impression. China is doing this at the moment. It's not begging for the end of the war because the gain is big politically. I may add that I do not believe in these wars and in politics at the crucial moment economic has any role whatsoever. Because once you decide that something is important, it's another joke. Like when you divorce, the economy and money does not count. you go for what you want. And when you go from what you want, you are ready to sacrifice everything. I remember Gorbachev saying the Balts will never go away because they will lose oil. Yeah. Didn't work. They will not go because they will lose. They will not. I pay a lot of money to my second wife, but I'm very happy. This is the truth. These are jokes. I like to make jokes. I'm a pessimist who likes to make jokes, but this is the truth. So my impression is that we have a great challenge to turn Europe, to give the European Union, not Europe, the European Union, a political dimension, which we were not able to do. I think COVID showed me, and I'm very happy of it, that the European Union is not only solid economically, but it's a very solid juridical space, extremely solid. If you take the vaccination rate, impressive compared to a much stronger federation. The United States, you take the variation in vaccination in the European states and in the United States, it's insane, the difference. So we are a very strong economic and juridical construction, very solid with no politics, basically, very little politics, on which Putin was betting all the time. How can we do this when the party in power in Italy is a sovereignist party, the party in Poland is a sovereignist party, the maybe party in power in France is a sovereignist party, the Brexit has been there already. So I think that the real challenge, what we should talk about, if I were a political scientist, is the problem with Europe, with the European Union. For example, and I will, but just, yes, I too spoke less than they did, so I will take another minute. This war, for example, shows clearly the huge importance of legitimizing discourses, political state building. Think of World War II and victory, and how this victory was read by the Putin regime, but also under Yeltsin they started. Actually, they started under Brezhnev. The role of victory of Russia that conquers Berlin, of the great Russian army. And think of the Holodomor. Right. What is the legitimizing discourse in Europe, in the European Union? We're all defeated once that the UK went away, because we were all defeated, even twice. Warsaw was occupied by the German and by the Soviet, Italy by the American and by the German, so on and so forth, let's say. But is this a legitimizing discourse, that we are the continent of the defeated? What about Italy? Is really the resistance still the legitimizing discourse of Italy? We are a would-be political union without even a legitimizing, even the beginning of a legitimizing. So I think that the real challenges today for us, and I don't, because this is a politician work, not ours, it's try to put on the table this fact that the European Union badly needs politics, badly needs politics, and there is no political elite that gives it this. Because Macron, unfortunately, proved very sorry of it, and I hope it will recuperate, but at the moment seems to be. The German Chancellor, it's a great person, but very nice person, I have to say. So we are without leadership. And what if, let's say, the Russian win? Because everybody's thinking of Russian that are losing. What if the Russian win? Or what if there is really a bad situation at the border? What happens? And what happens of a union that loses the United Kingdom and then Russia? I think this is what we should be discussing personally, and try to look at this, elaborate more on this point, but then to speculate about the danger of Ukrainian nationalism, they are still fighting. It's true, I agree with him. If they win, there will be a problem of taming Ukrainian nationalism. a new nationalism, by the way, because it's a Jewish-led nationalism. Unfortunately, it's a funny nationalism compared to Ukrainian history. But still, I think that the real problem are with us. And for example, to finish, as a much and as long as I like also to politics and since. For example, we have a huge problem of a separation cultural before them political, but cultural with the United States. Our culture is now, my formation is, I am a culturally a former American in the sense I grew up, I studied. But when I read now, I feel I'm in another continent.
Yeah, Americans, though, also feel they're often in another country.
That's what
I
I'm
mean,
saying.
it's a very divided country.
This is what I'm saying. We have a problem in which the West we knew, in which I grew up, does not exist anymore, basically. And we continue, all of us, to discuss the West, the rest. Which West? I'm asking. The North Atlantic Treaty Organization in 2023, this should be discussing. The North Atlantic, where is the North Atlantic in today's world?
Thank you, Andrea. I think you have also set up enough provocation for Guglielmo and Mario.
This was the...
So, thank you. Yeah, we've been stretched to different directions. So now my notes look a little bit like what we call in Italian Russian insalata russa, because we have so many ingredients. Now, I try to be quick, but a couple of points were really intriguing. I think on the Ottoman Empire, absolutely is very important, and we should have, soon as we promised, actually, our Turkish doctoral students and postdoctoral colleagues to discuss more Turkey, and looking back at history is very important. In a way, I was reflecting about that yesterday when we talked about post-Soviet. What does post-Soviet mean? Should we use a term that defines the past? I mean, more than 30 years after the end of the Soviet Union, why do we say post-Soviet? We didn't say post-fascist. We didn't define Italy and Germany post-fascist in the 70s. We didn't define Central Europe post-Habsburg in the 50s. But we do define post-colonial countries which have been left by the colonies more than 30 years before. Probably the Ottoman Empire is a case in between, where you have legacies that last for quite a lot of time. I mean, and obviously not only in the Middle East, but also in Central Asia. The second, well, because I'm not a historian, I allow myself to answer the Mussolini question, because it's true he wrote a lot of words. I wouldn't call them books. He was a journalist, so he wrote a lot. Every day he had to write an article. He was director of the Avanti, the socialist paper, and then Popolo d'Italia. So he wrote a lot. And he had some skills as a writer. He was a school teacher. And occasionally you can find things that make sense, much unlike the Mein Kampf. But still, it doesn't make him, any coherent theorist of anything. So in that sense, I don't think you can oppose it. You can say Mussolini had ideas and Putin doesn't. I don't think that comparison would work because his writing is not organic in any way. The third point was from Maria Franceschi. She asked a question about what's the political culture and what the politics of the European Union, and how can politically European Union talk about this, which in a way Andrea also mentioned en passant. Now, first, although history is very important, so it's good to have historian colleagues talking. I learn a lot from them. I'm never convinced that the fact that Central Eastern Europe had these 20 years more or less of kinds of parliaments explains why culturally they're prepared to democracy, whereas Russia isn't. That to me is, it obviously has that experience has an influence, but an extremely flawed form of parliamentarism for 20 years doesn't explain why people become democratic in any way. But it's true the political history, the references are different and so on. How can we discuss different political theories? Again, because I'm not a political scientist, then I can say only something from my corner, which is the labor sociologist. an economic sociologist. I'll give you an example. The European Works Council, something I studied for many years. They are bodies of representation of all employees in multinational companies. In most cases, they are pretty useless. In some cases, they work. In most cases, they are pretty useless because they meet once a year. They get the translators only the day of the meeting. The agenda is set by the management. So people don't know each other. They go to a place, you know, they can only listen to management. They can't speak to each other in the corridor, so nothing happens. But in the few cases where there is investment, there is provision of translation, they have preparatory meeting and so on, it has, not an effect on decision because they don't have basically any decision power, but they have a real effect in creating networks, socialization, understanding the strategy of multinational companies, and so on. Similar cases, the interregional councils to manage border problems of migration between, for instance, Hungary and Austria, Italy and Slovenia, and so on. It's a very, complicated things, but where you could put people together from different languages talking about specific issues, and actually they work. They manage. I think Europe needs a lot more on that. I know that by politicizing Europe, you increase the risk. I mean, politics is a high-risk game. I understand why the Commission wants to do everything else but politicizing. The more technocratic you keep it, the less risk you have. But it won't work forever. I don't think it will work forever. And this is what that was the point. Last of the four issues I'll touch of the link with the economy. Of course, at the moment there is no growth. But I was thinking mostly about the post-communist world. That had economic growth, especially Central Eastern Europe. I mean, the new member states, Poland had 25 years of growth. It didn't have the crisis of 28, 29, no stop, 5-6% every year. I mean, that's huge. That, the fact that it's catching up in terms of GDP per capita and will possibly overtake the United Kingdom is an historical shift. Sociologically, I think that a more gradual growth, take Slovenia, that didn't have the bumps at the beginning and had relatively slower growth, but more regular, is much more sustainable. Because you may have a huge economic growth, but if you destroy the social foundations of the economy, that is trust, that is social dialogue, that is social security, eventually, yes, you have economic growth, but all the best people will migrate. You'll you'll invest more and more in what gives you growth today, but doesn't give you growth tomorrow, and so on. So this is why I think an industrial policy, a shared industrial policy and a shared social policy that reduce the insecurity in the West, because you don't have things like the posted workers, other things which may affect only 1-2% of the population, but have a huge effect on the feeling of insecurity of people. You have a plan for what sectors will give you jobs, not today, but in 20 years ahead for your children, for your education system and so on, makes it a little bit more sustainable. Otherwise, I say, I see that the social foundation of this huge economic giant will crumble and crumble and crumble until all the giant will collapse. Mario knows more about the economy.
On Europe, a lot will depend on what the new economic treaties will be, which can be also a clear act of suicide if they rewrite the old rules, but that's another conference. Very quickly, I am on the side of Mark rather than on the side of Andrea in the overall perspective. I don't think talk of military victory makes sense. Which war after World War II ended with a military victory? No one. So talk of a military victory is basically nonsense from a military viewpoint, from an ideological viewpoint, and from a mobilizing viewpoint. If you create expectation in Ukraine or in Russia of a military victory, you create your own civil war after that. So I think we have to be taking very seriously the concern by Francesco and Mark on the post-war stories. The rise of fascism in Italy was a clear part of the story of the post-World War I complications also. So if there is no military victory, we have to stop thinking about in geopolitical terms. Let me
argue in favor of a more political economy, international relation framework, which does not has the zero-sum game of the geopolitical perspective. Is Donbass mine or yours? Is Alsacia and Lorraine French or German? Are we still talking about this? I wanted to quote Keynes, because Keynes in Versailles was saying that the French government was so stupid to argue about in these terms and did not understand the complexity of reconstructing European order. Let me just quote a line. Keynes said in the economic consequences of the peace that we should assist Germany to take up again her place in Europe as a creator and organizer of wealth for her eastern and southern neighbors, instead of having the punishing reparation imposed on Germany. So the idea is how the question for European politics, but also for Russian and Ukrainian and American politics, is how can we recreate a post-conflict order where there is a positive sum game, which can win the peace and not just the war, which can organize an arrangement. And how the lesson from Keynes are very important, because you have to create possibilities for development, and you have to look at the concrete conditions for developments. So, what are going to be the economic base of a post-conflict Eastern Europe, so in this case, I don't think there is the question of China and Russia is not that easy at all. So there is a short-term orientation in terms of getting money for selling oil and so on, but the whole pattern of economic integration of Russia has been with Western European foreign direct investment in Russia. The markets and the financial integration is not with China, is not with Shanghai, but is with New York, Wall Street, and the city of London and Frankfurt. The terms of trade the trade is financed in euros and dollars. So there is an enormous amount, an enormous leap that Russia would have to do if it creates not on a rhetorical basis, but on a structural, concrete basis, a full integration on a Chinese trajectory. And in the last decades, this did not happen. China built the Belt and Road project to connect to Western Europe and basically disregarded completely Siberia and the Asian part of Russia, because there are few people, little economic activities, no technology, no industry, no markets. So it makes sense also from the Chinese side to play down. So politically, rhetorically, clearly there is, this is an important issue, but in structural terms, this has a long way to go, in my view. In terms of the changing elite, I mean, I've been reading a number of articles on the sort of sidelining, sometimes violent sidelinings of the old oligarchs, which were too westernized, and the creation of a new generation of pro-Putin oligarchs, which were more reliable in terms of the national horizon or their activity. So this is my source. In terms of the weak economy and the passive support, clearly here there is a vicious circle. You have declining expectation, declining opportunities, declining incomes, but the only game in town is maintaining the existing position, because you don't see any possibility for moving up the ladder of economic activities and so on. So the passivity becomes part of a vicious circle where there is no challenge. If there is a big change in the agenda, you can have a different set of alignments also in political terms. So this is on the question of the question is not whether Russia will go to integrating Europe or China. The question is, what is the proposal that Europe makes for a post-war order to Russia? If there is the proposal of Treaty of European Association to Kiev in 2014, and nothing to Russia. This is a clear political choice. What is the strategy of potential political and economic arrangement on the eastern side, and on the Balkan side, and on the Caucasian side, and on the Mediterranean side of Europe? And Europe has been completely unable to act on these regards. But the discussion about Europe is a different type of story. Let me just conclude with a comment on that Romano Prodi made at the Accademia dei Lincei 1 month after the beginning of the war. He said, the war will end when the US and China reach an agreement. And I think this was a very sensible and still relevant comment, because the European balance of power still has to be set in the context of the reordering of global power. Thank you.
Yes. So let me first try to restate what I said. I said I don't see a way Russia can militarily win this war. I didn't say there would be a short victory coming soon. There's a lot of uncertainties about that, but I've been following and monitoring almost day by day a number of debates because I have to. And I've been wondering myself if there is a way other than, you were mentioning a couple of scenarios that are, let's say, I think that the nuclear scenario is one that is now closer to a situation of exasperation, where there has to be a major mistake in understanding, and it is possible because the type of technology we're talking about is dual use, it's difficult detection, there's a number of technicalities there. But I think the other event that could be something that might, let's say, deviate the military course of events, is that something happens whereby China has to put itself on the balance. And there is one element which I think is important in the famous phone call that President Xi made to Zelensky. I mean, if you look at any record in mediation, you don't call someone in the imminence of an offensive. You call someone at the point of a stalemate. If you call in the imminence of an announced, very announced offensive or counteroffensive, you're signaling something else. You're signaling, I'm here. I have a role at the table, no matter what we discuss. Now, one role could be tempering, let's say, or somehow taking care of some situation that is derailing. The other role that China might signal is, of course, it has to do with the post-war negotiations about the post-war in Ukraine. And this, I have to say, I am at least aware of at least 4 major venues internationally where recovery is being discussed, where there are plans and counter-plans with a bit of strategic foresight. We're even doing an exercise in our course in transnational governance here about the construction in Ukraine. So this is an important aspect, not only economically, but also because there's a number of questions that we can't right now assess, which have a record, however, even in literature. If you think about how important it has been in understanding the elusive outcome of conflicts, the consideration of, I just mentioned one factor, organized crime over wars in the Balkans or in any other war. There's even a literature about new wars, Mary Kaldor and so on, about the role of these informal, semi-formal, hybrid aspect of the economy. When it comes to Ukraine, there's nothing written about that right now. There's 1 year, and there's very little reflection, not only academically. Of course, there are instances, we know that the mayor of Odessa finally was put under detention, and a number of other cases like that, but a systematic reflection about the role that the entire extremely varied criminal underworld or overworld and the role it had in the last 30 years in somehow steering privatization dynamics and so on, it's a relatively absent issue. And for reasons that we can understand, for instance, assuming that authorities you are assisting enjoy a certain integrity is easier than assuming that money goes everywhere. And even cases and scandals are always brought to the public as a case of, you see, there are checks and controls. But I think this is something upon which there is a bit of a need for more attention, because it's a bit stands on its own vis-a-vis what we have been discussing among those who do conflict and peace studies in the last 20 to 30 years at least. Finally, one point which I think, I'm not sure if I have missed it yesterday, but I think there's something that could or perhaps should be kept in focus when it comes to the Ukrainian side and the question of Europe. And it is a question of Ukrainian diaspora, not only the Russian diaspora, which was mentioned today, and the role it has had historically in crafting the type of nationalism that we see, which is with a strong emphasis on cultural aspects, more than on a political project, I would say, and also in giving this strong emphasis on the colonial dimension, the need to bring back an identity that has been completely subjugated, and all of that is something that plays an important role. I don't see that discussed much, or at least it is not widely acknowledged, while it is pretty clear that there has been a strong impact. And again, it comes from the study of other worlds. I mean, we study all kinds of diasporas. The role it had, for instance, in the war in Kosovo has been widely explored because the money was all abroad. Or the Croatian diaspora in the case of war in Bosnia. There's little accounts about the role that Ukrainian diaspora has had in terms of the sustainability of the political project. And I think it's good to have a more balanced view about what the afterwar could be. I'll stop here.
Thank you very much. And we thought with Silvio that since our conclusions will not be definitive type of conclusions, we don't want to give the suspense and too high expectations. So we thought of saying a few words now, but I see that Samuel wanted to say something. We are and then to leave you enjoying the window of opportunity. So if we can just hold for 10 minutes more. Samuel, Silvio ha chiesto, ma ha detto di no.
Well, there are no conclusions. The war goes on, we already knew. I think it was a great discussion. Different points of view, but also very much developing and integrating with each other. There are points that we share, I think, maybe banal, but the idea that the question of Russia, Ukraine, and the post-Soviet space should be understood in its own context as a peculiar history and also peculiar political and social and ideological situation, but also should be understood in a wider context, or even in a global context. Second, that the effects of a war are bound to affect the entire world system, regardless of a war remaining a regional conflict or not. But it seems quite obvious, pretty obvious, that is already something that exceeded the regional dimension. And this is also probably something different from the conflicts that took place during the Cold War. We have had, after the Cold War, increasingly the global effects of single conflicts in which the great powers were involved. So there are very complex implications in this sense. Then there are, of course, well, we have discussed a very important point, at least it's what I think, the possibility, to what extent we should see Russia as an exceptional subject, having its own history, which is difficult to embed into, contextualize, or even to compare with other imperial or national histories, or rather, if we, to what extent it is possible to do that. There has been the suggestion of a comparison with the Ottoman Empire, with the collapse of the Ottoman Empire. There could be other comparison, and this is also a point which deserves, I think, further discussion, but it was underlying or explicitly put forward in many of our presentations. We may have different ideas politically of how the war should end or not, but it's for sure the goal that we had initially, the idea that we need analysis and understanding, not only taking sides in a war, is something that we achieved. So I would think if we could decide to gather here next year again, to who knows what would be the situation in the world, but that could be something to launch to the people who are in this room and who participated in the conference. So I would say, anyway, it's just an idea. So thank you really for your participation in the conference.
Thank you. I also think likewise that it was a very successful conversation between scholars coming from different regions, from different disciplinary background, and that maybe we had started planning this conference thinking the war will be maybe over. In this case, we can start our planning with the opposite idea, and maybe we will be wrong again, and in this case it would be a positive news. I just wanted to concur with what Silvio was saying about these perceptions I had about the need to at the same time de-exceptionalize the Russian studies, or the type of understanding of what's happening in Russia. So I think that's comparing it with other similar type of processes, and also considering the fact that similar type of processes sometimes happen in different times. Like, for instance, Silvio mentioned yesterday about the type of attachment that citizens can have on an empire type of history. That is, I think it is very important. And so I think that if we want to plan a next event, I think maybe it will be also time to bring in again some categories and some types of debates that I think are very pertinent, but have not been fully mobilized until now. And one is reflections on regime transitions and regime changes. So not only the shift from democracy to authoritarianism or vice versa, but also deciding high-level type of transformations within authoritarian regime themselves. And here there is an important literature on expectations that we can develop and then compare with other historical moments and historical experiences about the role of the divisions in the elite, about the role of the military, about the role of civil society, because I think that's one also of the main contributions in research on authoritarianism is that part of the story is also about the legitimacy that this type of regime can acquire and how they are related with the ways in which different players are supporting the regimes. And in this sense, also literature on nation building could be important in order to address the many questions that refer to nations in these areas of the world, but also about the European Union and the type of weaknesses that have emerged. And there I think you cannot introduce politics as a consensual issue. You have to consider which type of conflicts are there and what is the positions about this. And Mario cited Keynes about the war and about projects of development. There is also something that I think is extremely relevant and at stake, which is the role of citizenship rights in general, so civic, political, but also the social rights. And the fact that social rights are under threat during wars, not only in the regions in which the war is taking place, but also everywhere. So the war is weakening the capacity of governments also inside the European Union to respond to claims for social justice, for investment in social rights. And I think this is also an important type of reflections. So reasons why civil society is weak or strong is another topic that we started to address and that I think is relevant to continue reflecting upon, because we see also different waves of protest that are in some cases responding to threats, to strong threats, and take different type of perspective. So don't want to take too much time. I think it is good ideas to continue the conversations, also thinking about this balance, this trade-off that we have to address between the the specific developments in considering the specific development in regions and considering in a comparative perspective how these phenomenon are similar to phenomena that happen in other areas and in other historical periods and what we can learn about from them. So thank you very much.